started.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this Toledo City Council meeting retreat to order for April 5th, 2025. First item is roll call. Councilor Coughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Burns.
Yes.
Councilor Soviet.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Key.
Yes.
Council President Bush.
Yes.
Councilor Mick is excused, and I'm here at 6. We can do business if we so decide. First item is decision item, consideration and possible decision to provide directions for selecting a recruitment service to fill the city manager position. David?
So I start off by acknowledging my failure to get you what I hope I would be able to get you today, is some kind of more detail on that. You do have the proposals, you have it for several days, I'm a couple days. I think I'm fairly versed, and I've gone back to get through them. I have a little bit of a comparison spreadsheet for myself. Truly, it's just mostly based on price and length of term, guarantee, and a little bit about background. What you had in those proposals was result of informal solicitation. We did not put it out as an RFP. That is, it's not required. Proposals. This is, most people in the business have their stock performances, so I contacted the firms that I'm familiar with that I believe are going to be working with, in the state, that being GMP and Genesis Strategies. There are others that do the work in the state. I didn't go overboard on this, and I think those are kind of a couple of the top hitters. Elcon provides the service. I've not used it in the past, but you have the proposal within the mix. You can see there's a pretty decent spread on price, but you can also see as you read through those, there's also a very different, very big spread on deliverables and extended service that we'll be providing. This extended service, they detail in their proposals. You're welcome to one. I mean, again, the prices that are in there, they vary from the low end of 12,800 for the COG to a high end of 28,000 for Jensen. COG doesn't identify whether they include expenses or not. I'm not seeing that. That probably tells me that they were planning on really doing on-site work. I imagine that would be an add-on if we got there. Jensen and the Rockman GMP, those proposals do include information about expenses. They both estimate in the 5,000 range for expenses, depending on which approach you take with Rockman. Rockman is providing you two options: a lower cost approach, which takes you to the point of the final reviews on your own, or they include all services that they typically provide at the 8,500.
What are you reading? Do I have that same material in this?
You should have received that.
What page number?
Oh, it's on page number. It's I'm going through. I'm expecting my own.
Okay.
Proposal, but you have. So I'm trying to help you with some of
Okay, thank you.
I'm kind of the chase part of this.
Yeah, gotcha.
Gotcha. So, I'm not necessarily suggesting that you pick somebody today rather than, go through the process. So let me back to the team that, I think as you look at those, two of them, Elcog and I reached out to them again, and maybe they didn't get my application. They should have first from the outset, which is having experience they may have had in prior solicitations, prior recruitments. They didn't furnish that in their proposal. Both Jensen and GMP furnished quite a bit of information on that. I think you'll find that Jensen's is by far the most comprehensive response. It has the most identified deliverables, it's spelled out very carefully, step by step, by what you in terms of meetings and deliverables and outcomes and so forth. And it's really is a full universe of handholding. The GMP proposal, theirs is a little bit skimpier, but still pretty comprehensive with respect to how much information they provide you about process and what their services would be. in full disclosure, I had, when I was in Cottage Grove, I was on their payroll, though I was the interim city manager for Cottage Grove, my loyalty to control the items working through their payroll system, get that Cottage Grove, a break, basically on how we rather than adding to their payroll. But other than that, my health is went to the city, not to that, not the GOP. So, again, I think you're looking at both the GMP and Jennifer, two very seasoned, groups. And I think they both can do the job, and probably one might be tagged stronger in terms of, its attention to detail, its productivity, etc. I don't think I think price in all three is fine, it's within the, expectations, there's nothing particularly gilded about these, they see that way on first blush, these are pretty within the normal costs of recruiting a city manager. Given what it costs, given what the cost of failure with a city manager is, it certainly is important that you invest well, that you're not pitch on this point of the process, in my opinion. So I don't know that the pricing is necessarily the biggest consideration, any consideration, but by far not the biggest consideration.
I'd rather pay more and get somebody who's gonna be here for a long time, because we're probably spending so much money doing this over and over again. Yeah, if we pay more and we get better services out of it, it's worth it.
I will, and to that end, I'm sorry, and to that end, two of the three firms furnish warranties on their placements. So the two private firms that furnish, so Jensen provides a 12-month warranty. The warranty works if you terminate somebody for cause during the course of the 12 months. They will replace that person, just that they will go through the process again, they don't pay their expenses. They won't charge you again for the base cost of the contract. GMP does something similar, though they have a $750 administrative fee tack onto theirs for some administrative costs with same idea. They will, and depending on whether you use their lower and higher end, when you get a 6-month warranty or an 18-month warranty on this. So at the end of the day, I mean, you understand this business, they do that's what's out there. And they both have an extensive network of people that they reach out to. It's not just about advertising. It's not just about getting on the or LinkedIn or whatever, trying to find people. It's how proactive you can be in terms of reaching out to people that and they have an interest or looking to set up their career or budding professionals, whatever it is, wherever we are in the marketplace.
David, earlier you mentioned with the difference with LCOG, I think you were saying that you thought maybe they didn't include expenses in there.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, just because I noticed in the cost proposal that they do say that all of their anticipated expenses are included in their fact.
Right, and I think where I put that was, I saw that as well, I think where I put that was based on their expenses, based on how they proposed it to us, it doesn't look like maybe much the way of any on site work.
Gotcha.
I understand. But I could be wrong, they didn't flesh it out well enough to where I can understand.
Yeah.
I mean, they may be doing everything that everybody else is doing, but they didn't say it, so.
Yeah, with these proposals, I mean, the first one, what's at Jensen. They may be a lot more expensive, but I mean, to me, seems like they put in more effort to give us a full explanation, detail. The next one gave us 6 pages and COG gave us 1. So it's like, I'm kind of a newbie at this, so I'm still learning, but to me, in my humble opinion, somebody that's gonna explain themselves more is the one that I would lean towards, which, I mean, gotta say is why I lean towards you, because you explained all your answers more than the other applicant. Along with you had worked with much larger budget.
Yeah, I can't overlook how Jensen's done yachts before, and how much they've done with our immediate neighbors. They know one of the things we talked about a lot is just wanting to have someone who's very familiar with kind of the unique nature of income, right? And it doesn't get more kind of representative of us, then the combination of like yachts and Newport.
You know,
That's right. And so seeing what they did for Newport, and also knowing that that was pretty recent, and I think many of us know the city manager in Newport and know who the result of that was.
Well, they wasn't I think the commissioners did?
no. Commissioners did that one all on their own.
I thought the American Railroad did very well, I helped with food insurrection, you know, was up there. I was, I know that they're very good. Yeah, I thought, yeah, great, they started to call it.
So, in my time, I have worked with all three of these firms. The LCOG is quick, that's the only thing going for it, in my opinion, that's it, okay?
Why would that be? Do you know?
Because they don't cast the broad net. So they're in and out pretty quickly. Which was the situation we were in previously when Judy was retiring. Crossman was, when we were hiring and ended up with Judy. I did have some good news that the person who was their representative to us is no longer with the firm. So that gave me some hope that they would do a better job. Jensen, I worked with as part of the New Orleans City Board when we were hiring a brand new executive director. And I liked their service. I liked their thoroughness. You're correct. I know it's more expensive, but I got a feeling that we have it in the budget. And if not, we can find it because I know where we can find it. So that's my lead.
Are we able to make decisions in this meeting?
We could if we wanted to.
We need to if we can.
Yeah.
Because we've got to get moving on this.
I agree.
It takes for.
Right, well, so they're talking, this is my only drawback with Jensen is they're talking about a 16-week time. Compared to shorter timelines. I know, I'm just saying. And hopefully they're just being, for lack of a better word, more realistic.
Longest time.
Giving the longest time and hoping it'll be shorter.
They did say in the proposal that if you want to do, you know, that can be reduced.
I know.
Which, how do you,
It's all negotiable.
If you were, because I would bail, don't worry, I was, in spite of the weather. I will pay you
Just live long enough, like Frank said, wait till this afternoon, it'll pour, so you know.
I'd rather take 4 months, 5 months to find a candidate that is right for the job, who wants to. Who does, like, especially because I know we've talked a lot about how some people see this as like the stepping stone type of.
Well, I don't want to burst your bubble, okay, but, well, the but is that we've done that before, and I know Jackie was involved with Jay Bauman. Jay wanted to be here, Jay loved being here, but after 2 years, his wife said, I cannot take this reign anymore, and we are out of here. And so he liked being married more than he liked being the city manager.
Sure, they say happy wife, happy life.
So all I'm saying is that I know that's our hope, right?
Yeah.
But I also gotta be on the realistic side that in the past, with a couple of real exceptions, we've been stepping stones. So we have to be able to understand that even if we spend this money, we may only have somebody for 2 to 3 years.
For sure.
Okay, I just don't want the bubble to get burst in a couple of years going, what do you mean he's leaving?
No, the point that I was trying to get to was that a more thorough process with a broader net tends to increase the likelihood
I'll give you
that
that.
we're going to get that candidate, right? When you're not reaching as many people, when you are casting that, that shorter net, you're gonna have a smaller pool of people who may be more likely to.
Part of this process will be a conversation with you about what is, the kind of people that you're looking for, and what is real for this community.
I wouldn't undersell yourselves. You know, I've been here long enough now, all 4 weeks. I think it's a good practice, professional.
It is,
It won't, you
or
know.
can you,
There you go.
again,
Well, and we're gonna make you better today, we're gonna make you even more attractive to everybody, that's the goal of the day, but.
So Kim and Jeff,
But
you
my
guys have a
point
thought?
there is, you'll have a conversation, you will have a conversation about that, you'll have a conversation about. Where you know, what the extent of the reach ought to be, and I'm not overly confined to my demographics and. You know, I live in the mountains, Colorado, we struggle to bring people, you know, keep people in the mountains all for the same reasons. Weather is weather, and, you know, it's definitely something that the candidates need to be made aware of upfront. You know, you're coming into a rainy climate, you come into a super cold climate, you know, whatever it is, you know, that, you know, hopefully there's something in your background prepared for you. Because when it's nice, it's super nice.
Or patience with the people that don't know how to drive in the snow we get twice a year.
Yeah,
Which is
or just learn how to dress for the weather, whatever the heck it is, but otherwise, it's a beautiful place, it's got an incredible amount of the cultural resource here is amazing for the science community. And so there's a lot here, and you've got a community that is really kind of as far as, you know, what the future holds. Yeah. I wouldn't undersell it, but you know. And again, no, you know, you're not gonna probably get a your person that's coming out of their, you know, city, county, looking to move up, wanting to move here.
right,
Not likely, could be for quality of life, not likely.
when we hire, the city council just gives them sunlight. And. All of the. So,
Just hook them up with vitamin D supplier.
yeah, but just because I'm pushing for expedition here, it does not mean that I want to shorten the thoroughness
Right.
and the reach. The reach is questionable, we really have to stress with foreigners or outside. Non-Oregonians, sorry, that the weather and stuff, when we do the interview.
Oh.
But
You're recruitable.
Good.
we do too.
You can stress, you can stress to a recruiter to
No,
discuss.
but it is
Yeah, it's.
and can be major.
Yeah.
For more than.
Yeah, it has to be, I mean, that's
Yeah, because-
one of the things that I hope the recruiter, whoever it is, will stress that if they're married, they better make sure everybody's on board.
There's places you can't go as a recruiter, that's why.
Right.
Is that
married? You can't ask that, you can't start asking any questions to start something.
Well, so, because I've been in this situation too, with the COG. We went through a whole hiring process to hire a new director at the COG. The guy from Alabama was all on board and was ready to sign. He came out to sign the documents, saw something, I'm assuming it was the cost of living compared to Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And when, why would I give up my 5 acres and 3,000 square foot house for a dinky place?
Yeah.
And then never signed and walked away.
He prefers months that, you know.
I tell you, I would not live in Alabama, but anyway.
I guess you could tell our recruiters to
But so you.
make sure their families are on board before.
But apparently we can't do
I
that.
can't ask that.
They know, they can't ask, but they can make a statement that.
Yeah.
You can do it in the form of a question that says, so is there anything about, you know, is there anything about the type of weather or experiences that we experience here that cause for concern?
Okay.
For you, know.
Well, let's make sure that's one of the
Yeah.
questions out there, with whoever we go with.
We've had it on there before.
Yeah, and the
We
other,
always stress the weather.
the other part is the radical difference between, especially our land use laws. Oregon land use versus everybody else, and then to a somewhat lesser degree, Oregon's budget compared to everybody else. Because it is a steep learning curve, on both of those, if they're not steep in this. Are they willing to do that?
So. Let me respond to that,
Well, and that's why I'm bringing it to you, because you've been here, done that.
I think I've done that, exactly, I came from college, leaders, never had the budget being right, you know, to have any sense. I didn't care what the decimal point was. I came over and I didn't care what the decimal point was. that's a little bit of issue, but we are, we are a little tightly, more tightly, tightly budgeted here. We have sales tax, one place, a little more, as a destination community, a little more flush. So that is a concern, for sure, but the budgeting process doesn't change. Land use is the biggest shock to the system by far. But again, you have two people on board on your staff already that are doing the land use.
Right. And they're good, I'm not.
Manager's job is not to know land use, city manager's job is to be able to direct people who know, to be able to work and be able to listen to people who know and to learn about, take time it takes, but to learn about, what happens in that arena. Same with budgeting, same with policing, same with fire. Nobody is gonna come to this job having a thorough understanding of all the services.
No.
There's no training to be a city manager short of getting a seat and doing it.
David, just remember, this is my 8th go around doing this.
Yeah,
In the city.
And
I'm throwing out those things that have shocked people when they finally got here and got into the job. I'm throwing out those things that I've experienced with new city managers, okay? And I just wanna make sure that all those bases are covered, because like with Jay,
But we
I
have,
thought Jay was doing a good job. And his wife was here, and it wasn't in the gorgeous summertime when we were doing that recruitment. And, the assumption was, well, she's seen what's like around here in the winter. That didn't happen.
what I'm gonna talk to you about, and I'll talk to you about it for your freedom of rights, whoever you hire. Is likely is not gonna be a seasoned designer.
Right.
They're gonna be, and I'm not trying to do my horn, I just, I know, I've been doing this for a long time. You're gonna get somebody who's gonna be on a learning curve somewhere, on their learning curve, and you said at the end of the day, it should be give grace to each other, give grace to your team. And you're all kind of put up there in big letters, because we're not there. And that's where we need to be. But that grace is gonna be incredibly important if you want somebody to step into this seat and succeed. In the meantime, before I go, and I hope I'm gonna help you, reboot some of the systems that are lacking at the moment, we're gonna talk about that. That will allow that change to cohere a little better than it had, it's like military unit. You can't just throw a bunch of people together and, say, okay, go fight this war, or go fight this battle. You want unit cohesion, you want unit cohesion as a city government.
Yeah.
As well. So people need to be able to work together, and you need to give them grace to learn how to work together. As they do with everybody needs to do with each other to work together. Does that make,
You're making
really lecture, but it's really.
No, you're saying all the right things, and that's exactly what we need to know. Like I said, I'm just trying to cover the hiccups, as it were, as much as I can ahead of time.
Mrs. Burns had.
Yes, Mrs.
I
Burns.
have two questions, please, David.
Two.
So the first one is, if we hire someone who's not seasoned to Oregon, say, for example, and you mentioned the learning curve, so what support do they have as they ease into that position so that they can relatively hit the ground running?
What a great question.
Okay,
Oregon, when I came to Oregon from Colorado, I was so pleasantly surprised by the level of support that was here. And I'll tell you, one of the first things you have here that I didn't have in Colorado, and we're gonna have it was in Arizona before that. We didn't have it there either. Something, it's a listserv, it's just an email service that Toledo Cities puts on for city managers, and other people sort of jump in over the city managers. And they're constantly asking and networking through that thing about the basic questions, the very questions you're asking about. Okay, I'm new here, and I know you probably answered this question a dozen times, but tell me about this. This confusing thing called the land use cookbooks. And they will get about a dozen answers from people, say, yeah, we get it, we understand your problem. And on top of that, we have networking amongst our peers through the Oregon City County Management Association. I've been on the board twice, as their executive board. It's a very productive, proactive group. They put on trainings two times, these formal trainings 2 times a year. you can't split, you can't stretch on the training budget, so please don't. Thank you.
Yes,
But they, all that training, the league puts on training, the councils of government, the council government, not us, but our council of government,
Yes.
but everybody opens up everything, everybody trains them. There's a lot of opportunities to train, there are a lot of networkings, the coastal managers have group, they meet on a regular basis, I'll be meeting them next week. I sat down with Nina, soon after, Newport. Newport just yesterday, actually, we just, we had breakfast just yesterday. Good, I went for chat about a couple of things, but I also, which is, I know we're from before as well. So there's a ton of resources, and they will learn that, people will reach out to them, make sure that they're aware, join, they need to join the league, they need to join the association, they need to be part of the small city network, that's gonna be here shortly as well. And the coastal managers, so your question's a great one, and this is, if you have to come this cold, Oregon is one of the best places to come cold. In your business.
If you're willing to access and to be open with those folks on the listservs, people will bend over backwards to help you and make sure you get on the right track. A good point of that is Daphne Garza up at Lincoln City. Yep. This is her first time doing city manager. She's come in, she's listened to people, she's hit the ground running. She's turned into a real live rock star up there, because I saw how things were before in that community, and she's really turned it around because she's been willing to reach out and listen to people. Yes.
this is all really related to when we hire the individual. I think we need to refocus back onto
Well,
who
so the
we're going
question
to
becomes,
pick.
do we want to make this a unanimous?
That's what I think we.
Or do we want it?
She had another question.
Oh, go again.
Okay, so just my second question, so proposed timeline for dummies.
For,
So,
for,
Timeline for dummies.
for dummies.
okay.
Okay, so, it looks to me like it could take up to 8 weeks before we actually, once we've chosen who's gonna do the recruiting, before we actually go out and pitch for applicants, is that, so like 8 to 10 weeks position advertisement, so we don't even put the word out for 8 weeks?
They have to figure out what we want.
Well, yes, so that's my question, it could take up to 8 or 11 weeks before we sort through what we want.
I don't, there's ways to speed up that process, but again, I don't know that that's terribly important.
Okay,
I think you wanna make sure that you're, you engage the community, you've engaged with those, you wanna start the process right. Word will be out, word's out there.
so then.
Toledo will be looking, he's looking.
So then most of our work is dealing with whichever organization we're gonna go with, and then to filter out what we want.
Well, once you select an organization, they'll walk your hands through, they'll walk you through the process from that point forward. You won't
That's
have,
comforting.
Yeah, thank you, Eric.
And that's why I was glad to hear that the guy from Brockman is not with them, because that was train wreck from the word go.
Thank you, Dave. That's.
So the question becomes, do we want to make this decision today while Tracy's not here? Well, I have a definite vote for a yes, or do we want to wait for Tracy? That's just a real simple question, since it's a council decision.
I really don't think Tracy's gonna mind much if we all decided today.
I'm not saying whether she would or not.
Right.
I want to get
I
your
think
pulse.
she would want us to continue to move forward.
Okay.
That's my.
And even if
personal-
she wasn't aligned with it, if we have enough yeses.
I know that,
If
but I'm
we
trying to
pick
get,
Tracy, that's another week.
I know, it's another 10 days.
I don't know what her schedule is, but we need to have like a special session, but I do agree. I think
It's tax season, she's there.
Yeah, and she's gonna be buried
And
for
she woke
another
up
3
sick.
weeks, essentially, so.
Right.
All right, well, I would entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to authorize interim city manager David to reach out to Jensen to hire them for our manager recruitment.
Been moved by Frank, seconded by Kim to direct interim city manager Klein to reach out to Jensen for city manager recruitment services. Not yet. Gotta take a roll call vote. So, Councilor Kaufman.
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Burns.
Yes, please.
Councilor Keating.
Yes.
All right, Council President Bush.
Yes.
Councilor Sylvia.
Yes, sir.
I vote yes. Motion carries 6-0.
Go forth and conquer.
I think.
And I thank you.
Yeah.
It's time for a 10:30 break anyways.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, see, right there.
I wasn't looking.
We planned for you on this.
All
All right. We're gonna go into recess. We'll take 10 minutes.
Progress.
All right, bring us back into session. Our first item on our retreat discussions is Toledo Vision.
First off, is everybody had on the Amber masks? Amber is our consultant today. And Amber is giving you your history, but I just wanted to, I'm calling your retreat chief. And I'm apologizing in advance because I think everybody knows that I'm probably further one, but I just want to make sure you did know that I was. And I'm probably being more on today, and I'll apologize for that now.
Don't apologize for.
So with that, Amber was far more smooth than I am. We'll take over for this part of the conversation.
Yeah, so I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Amber Matheson. I work for the Mid-Willamette Valley Council of Governments, similar to your COG. We're, you know, the northern neighbor, if you will. I have been working in local government. This makes my 25th year. As a city manager, David was one of my first mentors in the region, in our area, along with a couple of others. But my background kind of started in front desk, utility billing, did a little bit of public works stuff, did some court stuff, was police records manager, and then moved into budgeting and then city management. So that's a little bit of like some of the highlights I wanted to touch, but I've touched probably many more things over the course of time. As David stated, the goal of some of these retreats is really to help you guys form a tighter team relationship, help you find where you have similarities, where you have differences, and how you can find common ground for the sake of business. That doesn't mean you're all besties and you have to get along, but it does mean it helps you facilitate good decision-making for the good of your whole community. I know David has an agenda of topics to start with, and I don't know where you want to jump in exactly.
This first one is as much as anything, this is your time, but what I'm looking for with this one, it's not a visioning process, this is not let's see what, a complicated community engagement thing. This is just like a question to you, so we can understand maybe to kind of point. What does success look like in your mind for Toledo, maybe 5-10 years out? What is it, for the city and maybe realistically where you think you are and where you like the community to be and how you together with your staff as a team. Sorry for this, I think you said do that a few times today. Can get to that place and the community is part of it too.
Okay.
So that's just a normal thing, but it's really important. It helps me and it's gonna help you manager and it's gonna help Amber as go through the day and whoever's listening in. However you want to look at that, I don't know that you pick who goes first or should we do both.
I will.
And you're selected.
Sorry. So considering where we are now and what I would like to see happen is, and this is more aspirational, I don't know if it can be achieved or not, but where the community sees us as their partners rather than their adversaries. And I don't, this is my first stint here, and I don't know if it's too idealistic, I don't think not. So is that the kind of thing you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's all I got.
Andrew?
I think we need to build an identity where people see Toledo as a place where there is opportunity for growth. Whether that is about the growth of our actual city and increasing our population, we've heard a lot about, people don't really want to move here. We want to change that, obviously. We want to think about the idea of how do we recruit people to come here? How do we recruit businesses to come here? How do we, when I say growth, I'm talking about how do we improve the quality of life, the quality of doing business, because that I think incentivizes people to coming here, staying here, and thriving.
Attaboy.
As bad as it sounds, I'd like to see this community get back to the ice storm last year. Where it didn't matter who you were, didn't matter what problems you were facing, what side of the political shit show you're on. People were just going out and helping the neighbors. We have to get back to that, and I think we're slowly getting there. I think the community is slowly healing, but we've got to get back to helping each other out.
I want to see an increased interest back on Main Street.
Oh, yay. I second that.
And full staff. Mine is, and it's been for me, the first time driving into Toledo, it's been the same ever since. Toledo right now is visually very unappealing. Like, just driving into Toledo is ugly. The background and design, I've said it before, and I see so much potential. Like, we have the most beautiful houses there, if people would just take care of their houses. We have an amazing downtown that's just falling apart. In 10 years, I see downtown thriving, restored, people wanting to come from Newport, people wanting to come from the valley to visit our businesses. Having very attractive businesses, our business owners thinking about what can we bring in to bring in tourism, to bring in money to Toledo. And coupled with that, at least one small hotel or vacation rentals that are being run legally and safely and above board. And how do we foster that happening and having local people doing these things instead of outside landlords? Like, how do we make it local? How do we grow our Toledo garden to foster tourism and money in our community? That's what I think, yeah. Yeah, sure.
So I like all of them. And for me, I've always believed I gotta put some measurable down with what I do. In the 29 years I've lived here, the population of Toledo has fluctuated up 100 or down 150 from 3,500. Back in 1998, when I first started on the planning commission and we were doing the comprehensive plan, we got all these projections from PSU that said we were going to grow to 3,000 people. We were going to double in size. And we were frantic. It's like, where are we? Right? Yes, we were, we're, as the last group that came in and did our housing needs analysis, we were the most topographically challenged city they had ever seen. Because you're either in a wetland or on the side of the hill. That's all we got. But I'd like to see us grow by 400 folks. I'd like to see us get that 4,000 mark. And to do that, we're going to need to really get into advertising our town so that the places that are buildable that have been known to be buildable here. So for example, right up there off Highway 20 in Arcadia, which is now within the city limits. Get housing started up there, whether that's multi-family, single family, I don't care. Helping Kelly Foley get his 5 acres developed out off of Sturman, which he wants to do. We gotta solve the sewer situation. How do we do that?
Where's that?
So you know where the elementary school is? You can go across Chester Slough. That next rise,
Okay.
his property, his point comes right down to Sturman Road. So he has access off Sturman to that. We need to get to where we're more stable in our workforce, part of that getting back to full speed. Because how we respond to services also helps sell the community. You know, one of the things that attracted myself to Toledo was we had a full-time police force. We had full-time fire service. And even though I'll be blunt, I did not vote for the original pool bond. The pool was a great, great thing to have. I just, as I walked through it, I knew they didn't ask for it when they pulled themselves. They needed more money than what they had. But all of this boils down to we made some teeth with our livability ordinance. We need to start using some teeth. And it's really that simple. We need to have the chutzpah to look at these banks and say, clean your crap up. And if it means hauling you into court, finding you to do it, because we now have the tools to do it, we need to do it.
Please do so.
Okay. I have looked at Doc Holliday on that stupid corner for 16 years in that condition.
What is that, please?
So you know when you come in from Newport, you go through the Esters, the blue building,
Got a little pull off there.
It's falling down the hill.
that's, yeah.
My wife just asked about that yesterday.
When at least it was occupied until 16 years ago.
We're sitting there and you see.
It's been sitting there empty. because I don't
Well,
know.
yes, but there was raw sewage going down the hill to the sewer.
I know, don't get me wrong, it had issues.
Yeah.
But we didn't have any way to address those then.
Right.
Okay, we do, we have the ability to address them, we have the ability to address buildings covered in black plastic on Main Street. We have the ability to address out of town landowners that don't take care of their buildings. And we have the capability to stop banks from allowing the front of their house that's out on foreclosure or whatever from spilling into the street and spreading dirt halfway across the lane of traffic. I don't know if we need to get, I'll be honest, a different judge. Okay, but we need to start clamping down on this stuff. Yes,
Why a different judge? I'm. not
because
understanding.
we have the teeth, but they only work if you're using them.
Yes.
And I know that our code enforcement officer has brought these issues into court. And right now the judge just says, well, we'll give you 30 more days, or we'll give you 30 more days. And we'll-
Gotcha.
Instead of, boom, here's your fine, and it's gonna be a fine on a per day basis, so you might wanna get your stuff together. Yes, sir.
Are we allowed to direct our judge, since he answers us, to only give like one?
I have to look into that. He is our employee. But I don't know how much direction we can give him, other than please follow our code, right? And just drop
If you have
it.
to adjust the code to limit what his rulings can be.
Exactly.
You cannot direct them. Right.
Exactly,
You
that's
can't,
what I
you can't
thought.
direct his rulings, but you
Right, we
can
can't.
alter it.
But we can alter the code and make sure he follows.
Then that may be something that we need,
That may be
it's not a
something that we
maybe,
have to
it's
do.
something that we have to do.
But you guys have all said the exact same things that have been said in a council for 25 years that I've been on.
Yep.
To touch on the judge comment,
Yes.
while you can't direct their rulings or their work or how they interpret the law, you can offer them guidance of what your vision for your community is. So they can attempt within the parameters of their legal
Okay.
role to match those up to the best of their ability. But as you know, there are limitations of what a judge can say from a desk or a dais
Right.
that will affect the real world, right? And so there is always a gap there. It's not always your judge that is deficient, it's often who you're working to enforce.
But our biggest issue, with a couple of notable exceptions, are banks who own those property and just watch them fall.
Absent dealers.
Yeah, and so.
Murder house.
So you're all right in line. I mean, this is perfect. Andrew, go ahead.
I have one more vision thing. I wasn't ready to be called on necessarily, but I had one more thing that's been on my mind for a little while. Rod reminded me earlier when you mentioned the very minimal fluctuation in our population. And one of the challenges of that is city revenue. And when you're not increasing your population, you're not generating more taxes. And so when our population only grows by less than 1%, over 10 years, but the cost of doing business at the city goes up and up and up and up over that period of time, basically the dollars you're bringing in are worth less and less and less every
The
year.
reason we've been able to survive is Georgia Pacific.
So one of the things that, and I know we've had some casual conversations about this a little bit already, a few of us, but one of the things that's on my mind is how can we, and getting back to the identity thing, as a city, start thinking about what are some other ways that the city could generate revenue if we don't want to rely so heavily on population growth. So I've heard, for instance, in the short time that I've lived here, the idea of like, oh, well, we don't necessarily want to get into the property management business, or we don't want to necessarily get into this stuff. Well, maybe we do need to, as a city, start thinking about some enterprises that we can get in that generate direct revenue as opposed to tax revenue. And start thinking about some of the industries in our area. So for instance, thinking about like GP bringing in all of these temporary employees, if we owned an RV lot, for instance, that was tied to employment, seasonal temporary housing, there's a revenue source that
We need to talk.
right? So like, but just saying, like, these are the types of things that we know with the fishing industry and import. We know that, stuff like that. Maybe there are some opportunities for us to explore. And the point is, I just want to say that what comes to my mind is, what are some of those things that maybe we haven't thought of before, or things that maybe we used to have or whatever? What are some alternative revenue sources that are out there that we could explore as a city of tech? Because I think, just to finish one more thought, and I probably missed about
I
this.
just want to add to something on your list.
Okay, but one of the things that we heard a lot over the last couple of months with things like WVCC and, for example, was what Rod spoke about, loving the full service police department, the full service fire department, all of that. We're going to start losing more and more of those things if we can't figure out how to address the revenue, right? So we have built this identity as a community, and we either have to change that part of our identity, or we have to change the sort of enterprise aspect of our city's identity. And I think, so anyway, I just wanted to.
One of the housing things that they have a real issue with is that if a foreign, and I don't know what they determine as foreign, but some of the boats that come into the boatyard to get worked on, the crews can't leave the boat because they don't have a housing place that is close enough to evacuate the boat to that housing place.
And Newport has actually reduced the amount of space that's available for their seasonal fishers, for them to park RVs and stuff like that. I've talked to a lot of them. This is what I was talking about at the summit a couple weeks ago. A lot of them have started to say, we are willing to go farther and farther away from Newport to park our RVs for a couple of months, and they would pay lots of money. Like, you open up a space for an RV, they'll be there in a day.
We talked about that, that's a
desperate
good property.
But anyway, just as one sort of like.
Okay, so,
Look at writing.
for those of you that haven't been here for 20+ years, you won't have known about this conversation, okay? Back in the mid-2000s. So, how many of you know about the Toledo Airport? Heard of it, okay? It's operated by the state, but it is city-owned property. Okay? If they ever stop operating it as an airport, it reverts to us. Okay? Well,
Where is
before-
it, Ron?
The Toledo Airport, it's, so if you go out Bay Road, you go out Bay Road and you look across at where the port's boat launch is. That's the airport. Okay? So the port came to us and said, we'd like to open an RV lot, an RV park out there. And we're all like, diggity. But the state declined because there were 2 active pilots. Now, I'm just gonna say, odds are they have passed away. And I do not know if there are any active pilots using that spot anymore. So I have talked with Debbie at the port. See if there was any interest. Right now, they're busy trying to get all their sewage stuff done before they want to take on new projects, and I understand.
That's the lifeline landing area for.
Lifeline can land at any of our ball fields, and they do it regularly.
Yeah, they were gonna land at the high school last year for a neck injury on a kid.
Yeah,
They instead landed at elementary.
That's on that side, when they're going on the one. That's where they go.
well, maybe we keep a spot clear for that, but it is a perfect place for an RV park.
All except for the flooding.
That's why it's an RV.
That's campground.
Okay, it's an RV park. It starts to flood, you drive out, right? That's how that works.
Yeah.
How many acres, what?
Oh, God,
It's
it's
big,
huge.
it's big.
We're talking
It's an airport, it's got a
probably,
runway.
yeah, you're talking probably 12 acres minimum.
It's difficult to get in and out.
I mean, it's a
because of
small-
wind, But other than that, it's an airport.
It's, yeah.
So there's just.
So there's that. Okay. This is the other discussion that I had with the board, because I saw this up in the Dalles and I got the Dalles and how they do things. So the Dalles, I drove by and I looked down and then I got intrigued and I went and saw Rich Mays, the mayor. Because if you drive by the Dalles, they have a ton of houseboats down on the water, a ton of them. I said, how are you doing that? Because as I understand the rules for houseboats, they have to meet housing code. And he goes, the difference between a houseboat and a boat and a house on the water. In the code.
What?
Yes. So if you do, quote, houses on the water,
Floating houses, yeah.
if you do houses on the water, they don't have to meet as stringent a code as a houseboat does. Because they're not expected to move. A houseboat is expected to move, which means it's got to meet all this other extra criteria, okay? And so what they've been able to do is they're all rentals down there. Well, the port has all this land in the slough that could easily support 30 units. And so they're talking about it because they don't have a place for their workers that they have to bring in from out of state and wherever. They don't have a place for those guys to go off the boat. They don't, none of that. And I said, and so you take, and you put in 30 of these, you make 10 of them yours, and you use them as you see fit, rent out the other 20 at a cost that the normal working person around here can afford. And you just added to the economy of the entire area. So, I mean, I've been trying to think of things outside the box because of our topography and how do we do it. But those are things that take time, they take time and they take partners. And that's the thing, and you're absolutely right. I would like to see us become owners on Main Street. And then rent the buildings out. Because we want business to be there, we're not in it to make money. So we would rent them out for what it takes to keep them up. Is the best way to put it. Because in my time here, and Jackie's been here a long time too. We have so many landlords that are doing it for a tax write-off. And so that might be something that we discuss down the road, especially with our urban renewal agency. In being able to do that. So, did that answer your question? About possible ways we can do those things?
Oh, it wasn't a question, it was a vision idea.
I know,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
but you know,
Yeah.
you should know me by now, I try to,
Oh, yeah.
okay, how do we make the vision happen, is my
Yeah.
thing, go.
One of the things I'm still working on through, with Justin is still getting a freaking LPR. Put it, 10th and Sturbank, cause I'm telling you, license plate reader, it takes pictures of violations at the stop sign, and then immediately sends them tickets. You can sit at that stop sign for an hour and there's gonna be 50 tickets that are gonna be made. 10th and Sturbank.
10th and Sturbank.
Oh, God, yes.
Where are you working?
Justin at the office,
The planner.
a planner. He's also through CWAC. There's no grants through CWAC right now or through ODOT, so I've gotta go another way, but there's been too many kids almost getting hit by there because the semis are blowing the stop signs,
that's
people
what's-
are running the stop signs. I mean, it's,
Do this ever come up with council?
yes,
Yeah.
Is staff been trying to do something with that?
I'm on CWAC, that's why I'm working on it.
How do I say this?
It doesn't happen when they're there. It doesn't happen when they're there,
So.
not at all.
Except for during the fires when I was out there with the sheriff and semi just blew right on through the fucking freaking stop sign. That's why I can't get it freaking.
Mayor, you understand?
Yes, it was brought up this last fall. And I will just leave it there.
Okay, so we're going to address that kind of issue, and I'm gonna take you guys away from solutions for a little bit, because that's what we're here for today.
Right.
We're here a little bit to talk about processing, we will hopefully get to goals, but I'm not sure that that's the most important thing to do, work with you today. But we're gonna talk about how we get work done on your behalf, and we do it together, and I'm gonna take it back to, just make sure you keep that top of mind, right? Big letters up on top, because we don't do very well when we operate individually to get things done. We do really well when we work together as a collective team. So so when you're talking about getting, I don't even remember what they call those costs, what's the acronym again?
The LPR,
Yeah.
license plate reader?
Right, and so perfect comment for me, perfect entry into where I want to head with something like this. Your council, the operating council manager, you want to work with your staff, is direct staff. Because that's what we're here to do. So I'm gonna tell you, now I'm gonna spend 2 minutes of time before we talk about how you do that most effectively. Let's spend a little bit of your time talking about what some of the constraints are, right, and some of the barriers to success, or some of the barriers to be to team. You know all of this stuff pretty well. None of this is gonna be new, but I got a list of things, it comes under, I put it under, you will put it in the bag, and give it a operation. Really, what this is, I would tell you about the things that we'll do right now, it's like engaged when they're at staff, and not really looking on. That don't normally, shouldn't normally be on the table for a city that is a highly effective, highly productive city. Highly effective, productive city is one that operates as a team. Let me talk to you about one city, one that I know near and dear to my heart, and that's Independence. And I told Mayor this the other day. I looked at Toledo and I looked at Independence, and frankly, they look really similar to me in many ways. So it's a little smaller, but by and large, 20 years ago, the Independence, you would have walked down Main Street, you would have seen Toledo with just a few more people. Okay, and maybe a few more across the street. It was his mom was a bride, and so they had to go somewhere. But yes. Right, but 20 years later, what changed? Well, one of the things that really was effective, we had, like Toledo, we had a mayor that was there for a very long time, had a common vision for the community, and was the glue of the operation. And the council knew it,
the community knew it, the staff knew it, so that was huge, that was a huge asset, well, you have that asset. So, you know, I'll start with, the other piece of that was, is they started creating a common vision for the community, and that was an engaged process to send, be, not this roundtable we just did, which was really helpful to me, but really a thing that says, where do you want to be in 20 years? You know, what is this, what looks like success for the community in 20 years? Not necessarily the council, what looks like success for the community. And, you know, for some it was nicer parks, for some it might have been, you know, you know, this library needs to be, you know, we need to get a library fund approved, because we need a new library. Maybe your city hall is, but it was. The downtown is, you know, it's a nice place to get into a bar fight, it's really a nice place to go down and have a good meal. On and on, well, this is pretty lengthy, well, the council, this is what we formatted. The staff, the council, they put that together, they created this vision for the community, by the time I got there, they had pretty well done through the entire list. And they were ready to jump into this and do it again. And it did, and so we created yet another vision for the community, and it was basically stepping it forward, it was a continuity for the future of that city. One of the things we did, one of the things they did, they started, and I continued during my tenure with council and city, it was we invested in this, you know, taking a little bit of risk management and self-investment, because I think we all understood that if we're going to get the private sector to be our partners in this community, if we're going to grow our job base, if we're going to grow our housing, if we're going to create the vitality that you're going to create here, and we're going to create there, we need to lead with Toledo and a good plan and some strategic and tactical thinking. And so we used, like you did, we had to go to this general fast, which my time, the city has spent a lot of this effort building its downtown infrastructure and streetscape where you have. I think you've done a nice job with that, frankly, that, you know, I really think this is an attractive.
Well, it has so much potential, like.
It has a lot of, and it is pretty darn nice.
Great,
It's a lot of nice storefronts,
yes.
but it's, you know, it's a good looking, it's a good looking town, it's, right. The rest of the community, well, maybe a little less welcoming and attractive, and so that, you know, that on the to-do list, I think for you guys someday. But we pieced together bit by bit, by one, we had an economic strategy, we took our local district and put it to good work. We started to do the same. And we brought one of the most important pieces in our community, and I think it's an important piece in your community as well, and that was lodging. And lodging is a gift that keeps on giving. And how did we get it? Well, we did a couple of different things. One for us, and I think similar to what you're sort of doing here, you know, is when we redid our civic center, that was a high level investment for the city, and then was for the voters. Always a challenge decision made this by, you know, basically their own goals and available resources, constraining the budgets going forward. But it was the right choice, I think, because everybody hated that community, saw that civic center, they just put it in the city, and they said, this is our city, it was so much about community pride. But it was also about outside investment. And somebody comes to your community and says, I'm going to spend my money in your community, if you show me, if you care enough about your community, you spend money in your community. And it's the quality of life pieces that you're talking about. You know, it's not just about how do we fill this vacant building, but why should we relocate our business here? Why should we grow? Why should we move our families, our helpers, our business to your community? You know, it's got to be about the education system, it's got to be about the whole manner of quality of life factor that creating a great place to live. Most of the way there. Truly most of the way there. So, long story short, you know, we acquired through our removal district, we acquired 20 acres, it's on riverfront property, we focused on lodging, we said, you're not going to build anything else, you want to build our hotel for us. They agreed, it was the first hotel in Polk County. So that was a major deal for banks more than the developer, because banks, they're not rich kids. So bringing banks to the equation and bringing investment dollars to the table, really challenging. We're all working together as a team got the logic, got down about that line, and then it's built. And they're still constrained budgetarily, you know. But they are so much further ahead, they want that, they vitalize the downtown, they rarely even see it in the store, but I know they're not on this. And, you know, it's so much more active, we brought in events management, doing, you know, high level events, and I think really we're drawing, you know, when we go out, do 100 people to our weekly music festival in the park, it's a great week. And business team complaining, you know, that's, we're not being big for that. And so we brought in, we did that service out, we brought in outside services, and all of a sudden, also music and art became a couple thousand people, instead of 100. You know, this is something to look forward to, the area, we say, later in the evening. Trying to change that cycle of behavior with this. So a lot of different pieces, but we had people that were connected, talking to other time, maybe, you know, adding something like that to your mix. Anyway, long story short, so that's how we live and want this together. So let's talk about some of the things that, you know, I think success is in the future. I haven't seen a reason to can't. But let's talk about what's going, you know, and to me, one, it's what we're doing now, what we're engaging in now. How we do business together, council, community, staff. I picked on you, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I don't know if you're scowling at me or it's just that's your rescue.
That's how he looks.
That's your rescue?
That's why he called me a pit bull last week. I'm Portuguese, I'm always like this.
Like I said, I'm not. But it doesn't work. It's flat out, it's not working. So I don't know when you're trying to get this, forget the acronym.
LPR.
How long you think we get it? Yeah. Because Justin wants to see, and he hasn't once talked to me about it. Now he's only every weekly, and I don't know what it's worth.
The last time I talked to him was at the economic summit, and that's when he told me that there's no money for it, or there's no grants right now for it, and that there might be money in a line item through the police department. He's not sure.
So here's
No,
the
he
thing,
wants it.
here's the thing, when city manager doesn't know about it. Some. Some of my work is on a priority for you. And I'm putting a priority for council.
Right.
Sit down now. I hear you out, but I think everybody else, well, everybody else takes their direction from me. The rest of, I take my direction from you as a council.
Well, it should be.
Yeah, that's what it should be, and that's the way I operate, that's how I operate as city manager, and I hope that's how you do city management. Will be allowed.
Well, I know that last year we talked about it, and I think it needs to be brought up again, but there's a serious separation between staff and council right now, and we need to try and get that cohesiveness back
We're
together.
talking about that. And let me go a little further. The other thing is, you're not necessarily in the problem solving business. You're, you know, I know. No. If you have an issue of concern, you have staff as a council again, if traffic, if speed bumps, if whatever it is, that's why you've got 40 people, you don't want to staff, 40 people for a city of 3,500 is a pretty
close to double to average.
pretty close to double the average.
40 people on staff?
More than that, if we're fully staffed.
Yes.
But we have library.
Oh, so
I was
For
thinking
a-
this is the city hall.
Police department.
whatever you have, you've got a lot of people working the problem, working the issue, working your finance, working their own. That is a good resource, but it's, at this point in time, it's a bit of an underutilized resource and an overutilized resource. It's underutilized in the sense that someone using it is. It's overutilized because I'm about to give you the list for everything else. And so they're not looking for more, I'm sure you. Right. And in fact, you know, they're a little stressed. And they're going on for good reason. So let's get there. Let me go through the list first, and then we'll talk about how what I think, you can do with what I think, whatever you please, but what I think you need, think about how we can improve process improvement for this city. And get you on the same page and get you towards the success that you want to have.
Yeah,
Okay.
David's gonna talk a lot about the challenges that you have, and then we're gonna direct you to how you can do something about it in the proper channels, so.
Okay, with everybody, we can approach this
Please do.
Tuesday. Okay. So again, I'm your hired gun, you can dispose of me anytime you want, you can say my advice is just that, is mine, whatever. Please interrupt and ask me about things, so none of this is really gonna be new to you, so let's just run through this. So first of all, unusual to a community. Like, we've now been through 2 city managers in less than a year. And well, if you count your calendar, if you count basically probably 3, but if you count Doug and
3 and 2 years.
3 and 2 years, so that not the goal standard. And it's certainly not the goal standard. So you don't want, that's not the kind of continuity that leads to success, because it really is a key position in your organization. It's that bridge between what you as a council see as important in this community and how you turn it into workload that gets done on a day-to-day, weekly, month-to-month basis. If you're failing at that level as a community, you fail. So you need that not to be the case. You really can't do this in a bridge. There's a reason you do this as council, because you really want to see that, you want to see success. So that's why you want a council manager for. So that's, we're working the problem, you did a great job this morning, you picked a recruiter in a hurry. You realize getting me out the door as fast as possible is in your best interest. Good work. Congratulations. You picked your priorities.
No offense, but yeah.
So, David, how is that on us, that there have been?
Well, I don't know how that is, to be honest with you. I mean, everybody has different opinions.
Okay,
Why
well,
they're-
because I hear you say that it's on us.
No, I'm saying it's on the city that you have that problem.
Okay,
Whether there was any poor selection, whether the people themselves fell for whatever reasons, and whether you contributed to that failure, I'm not visiting.
okay.
I'm not going, I'm just
He's not
saying,
pointing fingers, he's just saying this is a problem.
this is,
Okay,
this is,
gotcha,
this is a consumption of energy that otherwise your city it's a consumption of your city's energy, your staff's energy.
Yes.
It's your energy, it's my energy, which would be a whole lot better employed working with our problem.
Working the issues.
Or whatever it is, slowing it down.
Yeah.
Getting that cohesion with the community, all these things that you've identified out there. Frankly, they're second place because this is going on today.
Yeah.
And they will remain second place until we get these things off your plate. Does that make sense? That's why I'm being, Mr. Cheery. So, yeah,
Don't worry, David, I've never confused you for Mr. Cherry.
don't get So, finance director, again, I think we've moved that forward. But you've been without, and the results of being without, and there's a lot of human things on the list. If you don't have an audit, we have a graph today, the audit is being completed December 31st. We need that audit, even if you don't, we need it as a task one to tell you where you truly fiscally are right now. 2, we're gonna talk about fiduciary, we're gonna talk about a little bit of. 2, you haven't had year-to-date financials this year.
Nope.
That's your primary now. You are fiduciaries of this organization. You don't have, you're months late on getting your budget started, largely because we don't know where we are. We don't know where we're gonna be here, we don't know where we're gonna take. So it's pretty hard to build a budget looking forward if you don't know what you're gonna have. Budgets are built in this state on 3 years intervals. Priors and current year what builds the basis of how you proceed, how you move forward. And we're not there. And so that is a huge burden on everything. And I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just saying, this is what's consuming you.
Yes.
It's consuming a lot of my energy, it's consuming your part-time finance manager's energy because she's part-time and thankfully she's usually confident. And thankfully she knows she was available. And that you are super fortunate. Judy is a These cash.
Yep.
And your staff are cash, they're working their tails off. Front office is constantly busy, back office is constantly busy. You say your current is, regular flow.
Our staff is amazing.
Yeah, you've got a great staff, but they are concerned. And they're concerned in this direction, frankly, because they're managing these things and they're these issues. Your city attorney is leading, as you know, as we're going to have to recruit those sorts of things. Also, not there today, if you've got 2 people, I think it makes a movement there, but when you're talking about that, is general delivery services, legal services, limited. Going forward. No big surprise, your fire department's project.
A fire department's what?
A project.
Oh, yeah.
So, where we stand today, of course, is we have a contract for services with the SLEDs, the fire district, to provide, fire oversight for our department. I don't know how many hours, that's the many hours it takes.
No, on that, why do we have to contract out something to do with Robeson?
We have our fire chief's on medical leave.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And haven't, we had it replaced.
And how does that play with when we appointed, David Hoff as?
That's why we have that contract.
Yeah, that is that contract. You.
So that's the mechanism of how we're
Getting back,
Getting-
getting support, because we don't have to pay, we have 0 paid personnel, I think we get 4 volunteers, and 3 of which can roll.
I was under the impression that the way that we had handled the appointment of Chief Blackoff was more of a temporary.
That is what it is.
And that's why you have that contract.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do.
As opposed, okay,
That's what you did. You have these, the service, because not only do you have Chief Blackoff, you have some of this personnel. So they're providing those fire, the mission critical fire services that you need, at least the form. Now, people show up anyway, right? I mean, firefighters are, they're notorious for showing up when they want or not, because they just feel in their hearts.
They are.
sorry to clarify, I thought my impression was that we were hiring David Blackoff individually as a temporary employee of the city.
You said an agreement to provide for David and some of his people.
Last week we did it.
Yes,
For-
that's what I'm saying. So previously, so when we reappointed.
That, okay, so you're right. This is what the contract morphed into.
Okay,
Once Dave saw what we needed and Larry knew what we needed and it came together.
Yes, I think you're right and we're right. We're both right.
yes, so is Chief Blackoff still operating as a temporary employee of the city of Toledo?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's
Okay.
working under contract with us, with the city of Toledo, we got reimbursed for contracts. So that's a temporary employee. I don't know what his contract. His contract, it's a personal services, it's a, how would you characterize?
Personal services contract.
Personal services contract.
But David himself is not an employee of the city of Toledo.
Well,
Yeah, that
contractually, when he's here, he's under my.
Contractually.
Yeah, so he's not a formal employee as in on your payroll, but he's contracted to provide service through the direction of your city manager. So it's a kind of a technicality of people.
Yeah, I'm just asking from,
Yes,
when,
you were-
before you came on board.
When we initially appointed him as deputy chief.
Yeah.
There was no mechanism to pay him. There was no discussion of salary. And
That's why I was.
so what we did with that recent fire services contract is memorialize that. And as well as a number of hours for his training officer. Make sure that our volunteers are up to speed with DPSSD requirements. As well as some fire personnel to come.
And that was my question, were the two motions that we approved at 2 different points in time, were they?
Related, yeah,
That answers my question, thank you.
So did we, real quick question on technical, did we backtrack and pay him for any services before we made that?
we did,
Okay.
when those were the dates, the blanks in the contract, a month ago, I think his was January 24th, so we retroactive his date.
That's right. And then,
That's-
then
yeah, that was
the training officer was February, one was February 24th, one was January 28th, and vice versa. I just wanted to make sure that he was taking care of what he already did. I forgot about those.
Flashbacks.
Keep going out of the way.
Just a reminder, guys, to one at a time. Just a reminder, one at a time. The camera's twitching back and forth for those watching
I
online.
want to keep you guys, I want to keep that operational, concern operational
Right.
conversations, because honestly, again, that's what you have staff for.
Yep.
They have finance, you have a city manager, you have a fire chief himself, then they're paying close attention to whether he's getting paid or not getting paid. We don't need, it's not a question, we need to spend much time.
I thought he initially came on because Larry was just coming back into service after being.
Now he's off.
I'm sorry?
He's off again. He came.
Yes, but what I'm saying is he came on initially for oversight so that Larry could go through training and we've never heard anything about.
Okay, so we're gonna.
So,
give you a second.
and just to table that, I just was afraid I'd get sucked into the abyss.
That's okay, so I'll give you the history of what I know what we're saying, which is very quickly, so Larry came back on, Larry came back and brought back on the administrative. Yes, he's been set up for training, and back on that, to this point, you know, it's that's okay for public meetings, and I said that way, and everybody knows it. He's on that, you know, I think the constancy that you have is chief laptop is there, providing, you know, support. And what I understand, part of my mission was, and when you brought him back into full presence, that what you weren't done. That there was still some review to be
Yes.
done, pending, you know, the results of what you learned from your review. I'm working that as well. So we're not done there.
Good, as long as we didn't drop the ball.
Huh?
As long as we didn't drop the ball.
You didn't drop the ball.
Okay, good.
We have, that's, you know, as your community, you have fire protection. We're doing the best to make sure that there's continuity of service, regardless of what's happening in the first place.
For the challenges, you could add, police department.
We'll have to listen, I think I have on my list, so.
I was just looking up at that list there.
Yeah.
I'm writing down everything she's writing down and I noticed.
So police department, at least you have, you know, in the police department, you've gone through a transition. You're barely 24/7, but you always barely 24/7. Dispatches, you no longer have dispatch services, don't they, you moved it into what's in the WCC. That's why I think managing your dispatch service in certain communities, it's always far more work than it benefits. And benefits to the community. Why have their own dispatch services? But for the sake of efficient delivery of these services, or better this way, that technology is much better, communication is much better. And maybe once at this point in time, they'll work through. At the end of the day, you'll have a better service for lesser cost, so that would applaud your good decision. Regardless, right now it is a transition, and I know the chief has pulled a graveyard shift from time to time, we don't want that to continue on. We want to figure that out. There's a couple of people that we're still trying to figure out whether, you know, whether we can keep them on board because of the savings from the two different places of business. I think the answer is in Julie's doing the analysis. So I think we can provide them some critical support that he needs to, you know, to keep that operation at least a good level. Did you see something different on that?
I was just laughing at her face when she was squeezing on this stuff.
Okay, so, yeah, I talked about the audit, I talked about the financials, I talked about the budget, those are all. Please don't diminish value of all that, because that's your job, that's our job, it's keeping us all busy. We have a couple things several things more on my list, and we can move on, but May of 24, you approved general obligation. You are now almost a year later, and virtually no steps were taken to secure the financing, sell the bonds, take the next steps, create the debt service schedule. If we don't get that done before year end, which we will, you don't get that done before you're in, you won't be able to start putting property taxes paid off.
That's for the water tank, right?
That's for the water tank, so that's a $2+ million project, that is, at least you in the community think would be pretty important, and nothing much has been done on that. Sure, now we've got the scope of work out there for engineering. We are meeting, we just had our first meeting, I think we've had our first meeting with the finance team, the legal team, that are going to do this work. And that's all working, we have a schedule of events, that schedule of events is, should be fine, assuming the assumption, assuming we can sell these bonds. It's a funny marketplace, right? It would have been nicer if this would have been done about, 9 months ago, 6 months ago. Whatever it is, it wasn't, and so, this is not gonna be to your, thankfully for you, this is not a public placement, this will be a private placement, meaning that they look for purchasers of those bonds that they know. That are capable of legally allowed to buy those bonds and basically front end financing for you. That you need to go. Okay, and hopefully at the rate that you went out to the voters. You told them a certain maximum amount of dollars per thousand, which you had to do. You told them what you expected the proceeds to be, hopefully that'll be the case. The interest rate will be what the interest rate is, we hopefully look something like it did when you guys went out back in 2024. But not having finance in place throughout this thing, not having a city manager in place throughout this thing, only hurt that. And again, I'm going to finish and just saying now we are where we are, and this is a project that is time consuming, it's pretty important to keep it. It's the area of this, and this is the foundation that you need to rebuild before you can go for it.
So you shop for the bond, you do the shopping for that?
I don't do shopping. So we have underwriters, we have legal. So we have underwriters and dates, and we do, this is what we do.
Okay.
And legal team, I forget the name of the firm, but this is all they do as well. So those people do their work very, very professional, very thorough, whole lot of attention, and then they find they follow the process of having a unit process federally.
Okay.
They follow the process because for us to get taxes and financing, which also with that risk, probably in understand the needs. It's also a risk right now. Is when we can get taxes and financing, and right now we can't. The conversation nationally has been on and off conversation for a long time. And it's very to limited taxes and financing for municipal financing for this. If that were to happen, this deal would south.
So if, just for argument's sake, because I'm stupid on this. What happens if we weren't to get that bond done or whatever before and we're unable to collect property taxes, we have to wait until the following year to run it?
Does it cancel it?
It's a legal option, but you probably, if anything would be, that would interfere with the issuance now, probably is gonna be a permanent condition. Oh, Mike's journey. I don't know how the authority is, if there's that authority.
I don't know that Courtney Dow's is the bond counsel, and I know I know you've worked with them and there's a plan that hopefully it'll get executed by the end of the year.
We were talking the end of the fiscal year, correct?
Yeah, we're talking the end of the fiscal year, June 30th, so again, I think it's a bit, we're gonna handle that problem.
Right, I was just curious as to what would happen if it did happen.
I don't know,
I
honestly don't.
Yeah.
We have to talk to our bond counsel.
bond counsel's pretty, that's what they do is full time and it's pretty specialized. And I don't know the answer to that without doing some research.
That just means this never happened to you before, which is good.
I just want to put it on your radar so you understand what is consuming energy. That one's a big one, and it's not resolved yet, but we're getting it. We have a schedule of events that allows us to finish this work before the end of the fiscal year. All goes well, we'll hit those targets, we'll find a market for our bonds, and the federal government won't do anything to take away taxes and finance. It's been threatened, It's threatening, routinely threatening, but this administration and those in charge of our Congress, I don't like the concept. It's a lot of work for them to take away that financing, whether it's, we just need to be done and have our.
You need to get it in place.
Speak well, to make a contract instead of something to legal status. So it's otherwise what happens is we're looking at 100 basis point difference in the cost of money. So it's the difference between borrowing on your house at 6% and borrowing on your house at 7%.
Yeah.
That's what that results in is how much less money you have available to buy your house. In the case of a house, you may not be able to afford that house. In the case of the finance, you may not be able to change it. You can't ask for more than more than your loans out. You have to go back to the voters and they're not like.
So who's driving it? I'm not understanding how come it hasn't happened yet?
Nobody's
It's
driving.
happening in Washington DC.
The people that should be running it is your staff.
Okay,
And we didn't have it.
and so because we didn't have staff, it didn't get advanced. Okay, all right, that's all I needed, thank you.
You have a team, you know, go back to that big capital letters, you have a team. And they need to focus,
Okay,
they need to know the priorities. And we're gonna talk about how we handle them, what flow, we're also talking about if you're gonna have, if things get into the flow, it's taken away from the flow. Because there is a jargon, so you have to come out with something. Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so by the same token, you were very successful. You know, I think your work on this is particularly important. Getting a state allocation for 640,000 to housing in public housing to market housing. Good work. That was just a authority to drive the monthly month. We need to be, we have a number of steps that we need to take into this in, because we need to take place in a hurry to get us from here to there. We have, you approved some engineering, you will be approving some engineering work in the future. The money that you got to pay for the infrastructure to make that work, we need to formalize our arrangements with what's happening. That has to happen before the 30th. We need to meet all these conditions that need to be met, so as not lose that authorization for spending. We don't have to have the project done. We just have to need to have the sufficient.
You have to check the boxes.
Check enough boxes in the.
Oh, I thought it had to be done by the end of this meeting, that's why I'm.
You gotta get all the boxes checked, for not only do we lose our funding, but Northwest Coastal Housing loses funding.
That's right. So those boxes got to be checked. We're not checking. We have until another deadline is the end of the calendar year to get our work done, which is the infrastructure. There was a fair amount of conversation about moving the water line, that will work. That's not.
We can't make it monetarily functional.
We can't make it monetarily function and just getting by the permitting and land, permitting hurdles and the land control issues. Or going over the land, but the movement is going to get easements, whatever. That'll put you way beyond the time frame. So we can extend the line, they service the property, it doesn't help the fire flow situation, but one step at a time. It is the first phase in getting the moved. The line will be a future effort for you. It is important, but it's not mission critical today. Mission critical today is getting the line for adequate fire flow to the side, getting the infrastructure there. We have a plan to do that. And time is the end. So we just got to get those things out of the way. So you will see engineering on that, and you'll see construction.
That will get us off track, but where are we at with the Forest Service property?
Okay, so the Forest Service, latest update. So last week, it was decided by the Forest Service, not yet by the governor's office, to declare it surplus. Okay, so that means
Right,
it's good, but unless the governor changes the rules surrounding surplus, it can go to anybody.
oh shit.
So I'm working with the governor's office and Senator Anderson to get that essentially given to us. So, and with the stipulations for housing, okay? But that's where we're at.
I assume at some point you all will tell the city manager, me or somebody else, that we have a job to do to help you with that.
Well, and you know, I told last two, and I'll tell you when I know more. You now know exactly everything I know at this moment.
It's like, you know, when it becomes a staff issue, like you.
And that's when I know you guys.
Say yes, 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 yes,
Yep.
yes. City manager, please do this.
Yep, that's how it's worked.
So, so the only other item I have on my checklist of things that are maybe not to the energy, but are certainly present in mind, not them, present in mind, is there are a lot of intangibles that are, involve risk. And have involved risk. And that creates contingent liabilities, if you will. So what is the octane legal? I don't know. But all the reviews that have been done, all the people that have been, I asked today, and feeling they're a little aggrieved, right here on me. Many will know the way to find you all this. And so there's just, there's an exposure out there that may consume more energy and time as we go forward. I don't know, I'm not sure. But one thing to be aware of, because it could hit the layer. That's just, there's nothing more really said about that other than just be aware of that. The story, you haven't reached the final chapter yet. I think it falls the stories that we're starting. I have walked through my list of things that are things that I view as a little bit off the normal beaten track. That take a lot of energy from your staff, and I'm not for the reason which you want for but they're take time and just understand it's just this much people working on these problems. As we move forward, I want to talk to you about how we sort of engage collectively to one, let your team integrate them and get you guys to get your team to be productive in the ways you want them to be productive. We're going to be good, and for you to be productive members of the team. I think it'd be great if you want to take 5.
Yes, Jackie.
So just for anybody who's curious, lunch will be around 12:45, trying to kind of hit the somewhat middle of the day.
Okay, so now let's take 8 minutes. Come back at 5 till noon.
And I,
It's just better. And there's it's a little bit back and forth. The group can chat. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna bring us back into order. All right. Next is, if I'm reading this correctly, is process improvement proposals.
So I'm going to turn this one over to Amber, just as a timing reminder, we're here till 3:30, no matter how much work we get done, it doesn't matter. And I think whatever work we can get done is good work. If we get more of it done on a later date, we can do it.
We'll do it again.
So I wouldn't, anybody that's concerned with the timing, don't worry, we have a lot of time left yet, it's gonna be worth one, so we're only gonna have this for about, 3 years ago, you'll be tired, plenty tired, you're gonna call quits. So Amber's gonna give us a little visual relief, I think, at the end, because you don't have to always listen to my voice. It's show and tell kind of thing.
as handsome as David is, I did prepare a couple of things. So I'll start sharing a little bit here. So I want to talk a little bit about really your most important role as a city council before we even talk about your form of government, because it is incredibly important to recognize your responsibility as a fiduciary to your community. Really, a fiduciary is a person who is responsible with loyalty and good faith on and obligated to act on matters relating to the best interest of your community. Often that term is used in the form of money, right? You have to take care of your money because it's other people's money that you're working with. When you do all of the good work that you guys have been talking about, from, you know, adding to your vision, achieving license plate readers, it doesn't matter what it is, it all costs something. So the key principles are really going to be, waiting for this to catch up, acting in the best interest of your community, putting those priorities above your own. Sometimes we are very tempted to say, gosh, the one thing I really want is fill in the blank. Well, if you polled your entire community, you might be a minority, and that might be surprising and it might not. But really putting the interests of the entire community as a whole in front of special groups, ourselves, our neighbors, our neighboring communities, our partners is really, really important. The next piece is avoiding conflicts of interest. You want to not exercise your city attorney too much. No, I'm kidding. But really trying to stay out of trouble, making sure that you're not doing anything that is unethical, illegal, creating conflicts, both perceived or real. And it's really what's in conflict with the beneficiary. The beneficiary in our case is the city of Toledo, right? The residents, the community members, and those surrounding who care about you. Avoiding conflicts with the overall mission is really critical. And that even comes down to when you guys are communicating outside of the four walls of your council chambers or this room is making sure that you're speaking from a place of the entire community, the entire council. There will be times when you disagree with one another, but a decision is made, the vote is taken, and it might be, 4-2. One side wins, if you will, but there really is no loser when you really go back to the decision that was made on the behalf of the community, as long as you keep speaking to that. And that doesn't mean you can't voice your own dissent, but my cautionary tale is use care in how you do that so that you don't disparage your community members or each other, because that's what breeds personal resentment and then fights ensue. Of course, there are cases where you want to be confidential, you need to act in good faith. One of the biggest pieces of confidentiality that we see is maintaining financial information, and the other is maintaining the sanctity of your legal conversations, and in particular your executive sessions. When you go into those sessions, it's really important to remember that they need to stay in those four walls, and that confidentiality is what protects you from other liabilities. And you want to make sure you're always acting. You don't want to mislead people. You don't want to tell stories that are not true, or even project what could be true in the future but isn't happening yet. That is also a little bit of a touchy subject for some. It kind of goes down to campaign promises. Don't promise what you can't deliver, and be careful to evaluate what you think you can deliver, because it's really the responsibility of the group, not individuals. So there's some examples of fiduciaries, boards, councils, executors and trustees and financial advisors, and then of course lawyers. These folks are all responsible, but as counselors, as boards of an entity, this is your most important task, is maintaining that financial responsibility. And that is really all I have to say on that particular thing. Also, I'm trying to get out of this presentation here.
When you start, as you go very well, let me ask you a question. We probably figured GP our biggest, our biggest business in town, right? Who would you guys think probably, I'm not sure, who do you think are second or third largest business?
The city's the largest.
I would think the schools.
The city's the largest.
So you'd say you're a school district, one particular, right?
Well, but remember, the school district sits outside of town. So we have to understand that, but within the town, we come in number 2, Port comes in number 3, JC Market is right there with the Port.
Is the question, who is the largest employer of our citizens, or who is the largest employer regardless of residents?
Business by value. Business by value. And GP is by far the largest business by value. I think if you look at, say, the city's phone number 2. Yeah, I'm looking at the number for assets.
streets, the water system, sewer system, the buildings, all the rolling signs, probably fairly easy to, the point of that is, it's very, that is your jobs. Managing all of that as a business is your job. That's what this whole conversation about being a fiduciary is about. Any business of the magnitude of the size of the city, you need things like you're a corporate board. And corporate board, does corporate board act for success, how does corporate board act for failure? Think about the things that you've seen in your lives. You're not recruited for your business activity. That's that makes it doubly hard. Because you have to learn the business principles and make it to success. Most corporate boards the size of an asset this big, people they recruit are typically paid to do their jobs. They're got business background, from investors in the business. Your requirement is that you live here for 12 months and you're working for make sure you're signed up.
That you're breathing.
And you're 18. How much else? So it's a low bar for you to be in charge of such to have so much responsibility. And doesn't mean I'm capable. I'm just saying that that's what you're shooting for, is that business activity that's successful in something that's big. Is that again, I'm being lunch, I apologize, and I will say this, as people apologize, going forward.
Jackie?
How can you be successful fiduciarily responsible without a finance director?
Good question, great question.
Maybe that's a project.
Probably really can't be done, so that's a fruit. And so you have one now, so.
Yes. Yeah, so along with that theme of how do we be successful, part of it is recognizing your form of government, how you operate together, how that funnels upward and downward, because let's face it, government is sort of an inverted triangle. Really, you have the citizens of your community, primarily voters, are the ones with the loudest voices at certain times, and other times it's those that may vote and then may not vote, but in general, it's your community. But we have, as a profession, developed systematic ways to funnel work. And this video from the Oregon City Managers Association will talk a little bit about that. So, trying to figure out how to push the play button because it's coming. Oh, I'm gonna have to ask Lisa how to turn on the sound.
Let's stop at the moment. Let's see. Gotta control the mouse, right?
I can turn on the sound from my laptop. I'll hope that it can be heard from the audience online for years.
Are you running the show or my ears?
I can do it.
There's 3, it looks like, participants. And 2 of them are in the room. Oh, yeah.
Try again.
You doing it?
Through what you're running. What the sounds of that?
I can understand.
At least 2.
Which form of local government provides the best structure for community success? You're probably familiar with the mayor council or strong mayor form. Here, the people elect one politician, the mayor, to lead the community, hire staff, and to oversee all day-to-day operations and service delivery. Having a single politician at the top of the structure has its disadvantages. The elected council is largely unable to effect change because the mayor is solely responsible for the budget and staffing. Political agendas can contaminate what should be transparent, ethical, and efficient service delivery. And it also makes that go-to person more susceptible to the influence of special interest groups, leaving ordinary voters with less say about what goes on in their community. The council manager form of government was created to combat corruption and provide the professional management of local government. In the council manager form, the people elect the council, including the mayor, and they collectively create a vision for the community and set policy. The council then hires a non-political professional manager based on experience and credentials, who implements the council's policy and delivers services equitably. The manager remains accountable to the council because if at any time the council decides that a person is ineffective, they can vote to replace the manager. Having the entire elected council setting policy makes it difficult for special interest groups to influence policy. But the council manager form of government isn't just about curtailing corruption. It's about managing services in ways that get better results. An IBM report found that council manager cities are nearly 10% more efficient than mayor council cities. Historically, nearly 2/3 of US municipalities with Moody's AAA bond ratings are council manager, as are the majority of all American city voters. So visit icma.org today and learn more about how your community can adopt or retain the council manager form of government.
So that's obviously a very quick overview of things, but it just serves as a reminder that, it's important for council to work through the city manager to the staff. They serve as both your funnel point in, they're your entry door to all the services your staff can provide. They're also the coordinator for reporting back to you, which is why it's important to go into the front door and back out the front door. Because if you don't, you run the risk of diversifying the things that the staff are working on to the level where they can't be effective on any of them because they're doing a little of this and a little of that and a little of this. The city manager's job is really, through the vision that the council and the policies you set, funnel that work in a way that it can be organized and completed. Because as you're experiencing right now, as you talked about the bond, that work was not completed. And whether it's a function of it being delegated that way, or whether it's a function of there not being staff in place, those things can be managed when you have a manager in place. You can you can direct that work, hire competent employees through recruiting processes to ensure that work gets done, even when there's a gap. And that's where, you know, sometimes contractors are brought in, sometimes you borrow neighbors from your cities, sometimes other staff are leaned upon, because sometimes there's enough depth of staff that if the director is not there, someone else can do the work. But that's really the city manager's role in coordinating this. I keep pointing at David, but it means even your future manager, as you're looking to recruit this new person, you want to make sure you use that person as your front door for all things municipally city related.
Everybody's had training on council manager, I know that, so is there? I don't, what's your thinking on that? Are we doing well? Do you think you're, as you understand, manager form, do you think how we behave and how we operate this city?
I would say it's better now than it was the previous 7 months. I'll be honest with everyone, and if you didn't pick up on this during a lot of activity, I was flying blind. Because I would ask questions, have no answers, see needs, get no answers. And so I probably did a few things that were probably stupid, really admit it. I was trained under a very strong council mayor form of government. And I truly believe, and that's the way it should work. Not only based on my experiences, but on other experiences within the state. And I'm hoping that through all of this, we get back to doing it that way. Because if we do it that way, the roles are defined. And when you have defined roles, you have checks and balances that actually work. And that's what I'm hoping we get through all of this when we get to a new manager and working with David until that time. Because we haven't been working very well. And we need to. This community is depending upon us to figure out how to work better together than we have.
I think one of the challenges that we have, and Brian and I talked about this just a few weeks ago, one of the challenges that we have is that video illustrated really quickly the most common, or the most commonly seen in the media and in the way that people think that a city government works is that strong mayor, right? Where the mayor is the one who's responsible for doing the things. And I think one of the challenges that we've really had in this community is that our community thinks that that's the kind of government we have. And so they turn to Rod a lot, and Rod's a really good guy who cares a lot about the community. And when he's asked to show up, he shows up. Unfortunately, that puts, I think, our city into a really difficult place, and that's not, Rod's fault. I think a lot of it is also having a city manager who previously would say, cool, Rod, come along. Or would kind of ask for him to be there, and that creates all of these other problems because it's now kind of stepping outside of the way that our government is meant to operate. And it perpetuates that community belief that we have a strong government or strong mayor style of government. So that they keep coming back to Rod.
And the best part of this is when you look at them and go, I can't do that. And they go, well, sure you can.
Yeah, exactly.
It's when they think we have more power than what we really have. but
exactly,
we
right.
Control the
And so-
power, and anything else we don't.
Yeah, so I think there's also some opportunities for us, and I wish a little bit, it's sad a little bit that when the community is really riled up in support of, what's going on with the fire department or whatever, they all show up. That might have been an opportunity for us to do some better communication. To say, while you're all here and while you're all listening, let's talk to you about how our government actually works in a way that's a little bit more concrete, simplified. And I think that there were some times that I think that council, and I say this as an observer because I wasn't elected at the time, council did try to kind of say, we have limitations, but they were so, I think the community was so focused on, kind of that small picture as opposed to big picture conversation that's happening that they may have missed it, or maybe you just didn't communicate well enough. But I do think
Just angry.
I do think that there are some opportunities for us. We are a community that if you talk to the community tends to listen. They tend to want to show up. I think we've got a population here that actually does care very deeply about the community. That if we find ways to actually educate them on how our government works, they will probably start showing up in the way that we want them to. We just kind of have to show them how to do it to be effective.
I think we need to do some more town halls for that very reason.
Jackie, you had your hand up.
I think one of our goals as city council is to be more cohesive in our discussions and inclusive. I think that this is the first time I'd say in the last 6 months, there's a lot of separate satellite agendas and conversations and meetings going on that have nothing to do with city confidentiality business. Because I have been involved in some separate meetings, but it was with the city attorney, the financial director, there were tea parties and discussions about separate issues between 2 or 3 counselors that kind of blindsided the rest of us at other times. So there's a lot of separatism going on that didn't used to be a much more cohesive group, but we got along. We knew what the agenda.
Well, you hit a lot of it on the head in that, there was, I'll be honest, about mid-September on, there wasn't a lot of, for lack of a better word, long-term agenda-driven things.
Right, so we were scrambling.
It was a constant scramble every 2 weeks to get stuff to Lisa, to get stuff done, to get done on the agenda. Watching Lisa run around like a chicken with her head cut off because we couldn't give her any cohesive strategy. And I'll be honest, part of that is my fault. Because I was kind of overwhelmed at the moment, and that's on me. Because it used to be, you would have this, like the retreat, right, or however you wanted to put this. And then you kind of, the rest of the year kind of flowed into what we were gonna try and get done, right? Well, September, threw a hand grenade in that room, and then the door was closed and we had to deal with the fallout. And we didn't do it very well. And hopefully what can come out of this session and others going forward is that we can get some things in place that will insulate future councils from making those same mistakes we did. Make some new ones. Don't make the same ones we made, okay? And the other thing I want to point out, because this goes for both of you, and you're both right, okay, from the community standpoint, we did not present much of a united front, because we were all doing our own thing. Okay? Sometimes we do our own thing in a group of two, sometimes that group of three, and then we close. Because we weren't doing any discussion in chambers to talk some of this stuff out. Well, because a lot of us didn't know what our boundaries were. Okay, what can we talk about? Where can we go with all the kerfuffle that's flying around town, right? Because the kerfuffle flying around town was with stuff that we had quote control over, city manager stuff. And then the stuff that we have no control over, fire departments. Okay, and so, but it was hitting us all in the face every day. And the issue that I see with that is we've got to figure out how to get back to where you're talking about. And when I say that, I mean that common vision that drives where we're headed. In that, yeah, we don't have to agree on every nuance of that vision, as David pointed out, but we have to agree that we're gonna all work together for the betterment of the community, and we'll work together to find out what that solution is. And we'll get there. Okay? In the meantime, we need to get the city back on track, and it's gonna be hard. Okay, don't let anybody tell you that this will be an easy process, because it won't, because we all gotta change a bunch of habits that we've gotten into over the last 6 months that are not productive. I hold myself up as part of that, okay? Andrew, you're right in that our community does want to know, but the interesting part is that it generally takes a kerfuffle to get that back, right? And our last kerfuffle was 7 years ago. And then we moved in, when COVID hit, people were engaged and they were ready to help and ready to learn. And we came through COVID better than any other community, I think, at least in the county, if not on the coast, on how we dealt with it. Because we have a lot of community involvement. And how do we deal with this? How do we handle this in its Toledo way? Unfortunately, COVID went by the wayside and we got into a lull. And then, so now, your point, how do we keep them involved without having a kerfuffle? Because that's what we're gonna need to do if we're gonna build things in a way that the following councils don't do what we did. Because I think we all can admit that none of us was perfect for that last step. We all made mistakes somewhere,
Wish we could get more community involvement without the need this off.
but we did, okay, and that was COVID. Okay, and that's what I'm getting at. 7 years ago, yeah, it was because everybody was mad. I mean, it was just like it is now. We had 2 factions in town and we were screaming. We worked hard, we talked everybody through it, we got to peace. Not necessarily agreement, but we got to peace, okay? And that showed when we got to COVID. Because when all this stuff was coming down about what you had to do and how you were gonna do it, and we're all like, we don't have those resources. So what can we do to help make it better? People came out of the word for to help and talk to us and help guide what we were gonna do.
See so much conversation, like nowadays, and in between. We see so much conversation in the Facebook groups, and what I want to see is those conversations move to the council meetings. Come here and talk to us about it. How do we start to say, if we see that you care, come and talk to us in a place where we can do something about it. You know, and
That's true.
Well, and that's where our town halls were pretty effective.
And I'd love to, this is the marketing communications guy in me, I'd love to have like that employee, communications person on staff who's literally just on Facebook saying, from the city perspective, identifying opportunities to try to engage them.
We used to have one of those.
Come, send us an email here and we'll put it on the agenda, or come to a meeting and say this is the next meeting that we have, here's how to sign, like.
Well, I know. And you're.
Go ahead.
I know you're exactly right.
Yeah.
And we are going to try and get in this just kind of your budget, exactly that sort of works. I don't know if it's a full time piece of work, we share some other. Engaging.
Yeah.
Sort of whatever it is. But I think taking the messaging and being determined into a positive messaging, engaging. Letting people engage with their city, learn more about their city, basically market your community, huge work. And I totally agree.
And Rod, this is stuff we and Doug and others talked about when I first appeared here, but.
Yeah, I mean, but we used to have one. Her name was Celeste Matthews. And it was part, okay, and in the middle of Celeste is when we lost Mayor Branstad. Okay. Celeste was able to keep the community informed.
She's on Main Street every week.
Yeah, well, because how we had funded her was, it was half time we funded her, the other half time. The Downtown Association, the Main Street Association for the state of Oregon funded her to run our Main Street. And we did all of that work. So there are ways to do it without it being all on us. But I think, and David and I talked, and we're gonna talk today about it at some point. But I think we need to get back to that, because number one, Lisa should not have to be doing it all. Okay, that's number one. Number two, we need to have that person who can put up on Facebook, this is what's happening at X, this is what's happening at Y. If you have questions, contact this email address or contact this phone number or whatever. Because what Facebook has turned into now, okay? So for example, earlier this week, I'm sure some of you saw it, oh my God, I can't believe how dirty Business Loop 20 is. Okay? I went out yesterday and I picked up 15 pieces of garbage between one end of the Business Loop 20 and the other end of the Business Loop 20. Now, I made 20 cents out of the deal because 2 of those 15 pieces were cans to go back. But if I'm thinking to myself, this is not a lot of garbage. Number one.
All the public works guys were out picking up.
But they always do, right?
I wasn't sure if it was.
But it's just, and this is part of why I think we need a central messaging system. is because our public works guys do that. Okay, they have pickers in their rigs. If they gotta pick something up, they go pick it up.
Yeah.
Right? That's what they do. And yet, everyone seems to be a squeaky wheel now because, well, if I put it on Facebook, it'll get fixed. And I don't know.
We have a form on our website.
I know we do, but
But how often are you scrolling the city's website in your spare time just for fun, right? Facebook is fun, you're engaged, you see your friends, you see your family, right? And so it might be that you have to consider other communication methods as well, diversifying how you communicate. Even diversifying sometimes the date and times of meetings. Not everyone can meet at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock on a Monday, a Wednesday, a Friday. Sometimes it's Saturday, sometimes it's Sunday. Because everybody has different lives, right? And you have to weigh that in when you're looking at how you communicate, how the people engage back. You almost have to form a mirror of sorts sometimes.
Yeah, recently on Facebook, city council was accused of poisoning the Ovala Lake.
Oh,
And that we're shutting it down for ungodly reasons because of what we did.
Wait, I got the city council.
We have a, all the lake as we have over the fire department.
We all know we can't be crazy, right?
Well.
Crazy is crazy, because at some point we should say, you know.
yes, until crazy shows up in your council.
Well, they do.
Joseph Beller, you can't be crazy if you know you're crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, to Amber's point, one of the things we did in our community, as I mean, in medicine, there is like 40% of people. And so, we were not reaching the community, and it's historically a difficult community to reach anywhere. So they're not an engaged community by and large, they're, for a lot of the reasons they aren't engaged, because of fear. Current times are making it worse. So we were, but we wanted to get a sense of the community, we go to Parks Master. We wanted to know, so, you know, you got half kids that are doing more. What are we doing to meet your needs? And we realized that we're not getting a high response. A lot of our communication efforts were basically just going to the regular church, to speaking, waiting afterwards and intersecting people as they come out of church, so take our parts of it, yeah. Or we go to the community events, the music events, and again, I think the internet services in our community, what do you do? We're not just like, all that. It's different, and there's some people are different, some people get engaged differently. I'm choosing, to try to get a response rate, and response rate on from people under 30 years old. You go on Facebook, sure, it's like, you don't know website. I don't have to go to some other people who make attention, TikTok, Instagram, whatever it is. And you know, it's a different platforms, different to reach different target audience. That's communication in the 21st century. It's a challenging.
Well, I think we've talked about it once before about somebody being or setting up a city Facebook account or something like that and being able to make those posts, but I don't think it went anywhere because.
Well, it didn't because, you know, the person who got left to has everything else piled upon them.
Yeah, and for better or for worse, right? We know how problematic, how toxic our community Facebook groups can be. But you know, I am a communications consultant around this area, and I've done, you know, some analysis of where people get their information in Lincoln County. I've never seen a greater reliance on privately moderated community Facebook groups as the source of information. It's more, people rely on it more than your local paper. They rely on it more than the local regular news, anything like that. The community Facebook groups, which again are privately moderated, which I think is a really important detail of this, are the place that people go to. So, for instance, having somebody who is proactively taking the URL for the forum on our website for public works requests, for instance, and just spending an hour a week scrolling through the Facebook groups and replying with a pretty, you know, copy paste message of, we hear your request, we're gonna look into it, but we strongly encourage you to fill out this form so we can take action on this. Like those tiny little things that are just that call to action to say, when you post this complaint about the city, there's somebody here who's going to provide you with the resource in a way that will pop up a little alert on your Facebook, pop up an alert on your phone, saying, here's an action you can take to actually get something done about it. Recognizing.
It shouldn't be us.
It shouldn't be council, right? It shouldn't be council. But again, I just wanted to say, as much as I appreciate, I do think that in other communities, and we should have a broader communications plan than just commenting on Facebook. But I do think that that is something that is an unfortunate reality to the way people get information in this very specific locality. No, you're right. Yeah.
Just remember, there are wars. There's communication
Yes.
going on in the high school and on the
Yes.
Facebook.
Absolutely.
Those young adults, man,
Yes.
and then they're older brothers and sisters. All that, and so it's a question of really all. You know, a lot of our messaging is driving to your website.
Yeah.
You know, it's just about saying, look, I hear you, and oh, wait, what, yeah, click on this link, whatever it is, and we have answers for you.
Yes.
And then on your answer to you're more exhausted, messaging than you have been 120 characters more.
And before I joined council, a couple of us had talked a little bit about how we even have a bit of a gap in how some of our information gets out because we have our newsletter that we put out every month. But that goes out with the water bill. So that goes out to property owners, that doesn't necessarily go out to residents. So how do we find a way when we have that really important messaging that we want to put out? How do we get it to the residents, not just the people who own the property that they live in?
Well, no, that's, I don't get a water bill.
Right.
Paperless. So I don't get the newsletter in the mail because I'm paperless. So again, if they don't have that, or if they're a renter, there's no way for us to get our newsletter to them to get this.
Yeah, so some of those things that we currently rely on as our outreach, again, also absent having somebody who's in that position on staff. We've got huge gaps in just places where we know people get information. Yeah.
So I wanna start to rein this back in, because we went back to
Yeah.
solutions, and we need to go back to identifying what our issues are. Oh, okay.
Break the lunch for this.
But I would caution all of you that, city employees and counselors should, to some degree, refrain from trying to engage in city business related topics in privately moderated Facebook groups, because I'm gonna say something that's not very friendly, but don't feed the trolls. Right? If you cannot give absolutely complete and accurate information, which the city website leaves more room for all of the explanations and all the background, Facebook is probably not the place to post that, except to say, go look at the official source. So I just caution all of you, because we all have probably fallen victim to some time about making some very innocuous comment back to someone else, and before you know it, it's a melee of computer warriors all helping us figure out how we were wrong.
And there's another really important challenge, and why I emphasized twice the privately moderated aspect. Public records laws, right? The privately moderated means that Joe moderator, whoever it is in the community that manages that community group, they have the power to remove whatever posts you put up, or whatever comments you put up, or to cherry pick the comments that the public puts on your post based on their own personal views. So you're using a privatized platform, which is Facebook or X or Instagram or anything like that. Those are private corporate platforms. And you're going in further by saying these are exclusive groups that a moderator gets to choose who is allowed to view that information and what content can be posted. So in just the pure public records and how you are acting as a public official, there's also some legal.
There are some legal
complications.
and there's the perceptional issues too,
Yeah.
which is when a single counselor or staff member speaks from their voice. It's also sometimes important to say, I'm sharing the city information on behalf of myself as an individual, so that everyone kind of knows you're not speaking for the whole group.
The Ivers.
Because It only takes one person to make a factually accurate, thoughtful comment that others don't agree with, to create all kinds of friends, right? It's just like feeding the fish, you put one pellet in the water and everybody rushes on it. So, aside from, trying to relieve the stress of your staff and your attorney, there's also the protect yourselves as people, that you're not speaking as yourself when speaking on city business.
Yes.
Well, I will tell you that, something that has done me very well since I came back into this role, I don't comment on
Reframe.
them. As much as I'd love to, I just don't, because I've seen everything you've all talked about in the 8 years I sat out. Because until I got out that first time, I didn't even have a Facebook account for that very reason. And then I got out and said, yeah, well, I want to keep up with my kids and whatnot, so I'll get on it, right? And for that next 8 years, I commented on it. And then when I went back in, it's like, nope, now I'm back to, okay, thank you for the information. I don't even say that, I say that to my computer as I scroll through it.
I was typing, raising it.
Well, when you do post as an individual, you made a valid point there too as well. You may join Facebook to enjoy your friends, enjoy your family, keep up with each other as people move farther and farther away from each other. It's a wonderful connector of people, but it's a terrible connector of people because now your family's exposed, your friends are exposed, and those you care about are exposed to all the drama. None of them appreciate it, I guarantee you. So there's also the consideration of how does that impact your friends, your family, your neighbors, the others that come in and only see 2 or 3 of the comments and then they jump back out. What do they learn from a snippet that's limited? Because I know on my phone, I might see 10 new posts, but I know there's more than 10 out there in Facebook land, right? So I'm only seeing what is being promoted by the algorithms, which are based on my history, which might include the random search for, how do I buy bulk wines for a, margarita party on the weekend? Who knows what you're searching or what your phone is picking up on or your computer is picking up on? But it's also important that those that are not interested in facts can sometimes use that information in ways that were unintended.
Get us back to one. Sure, we don't. Getting back to the council manager form, so you do, by the way, just confirm it with Mike, you do have a social media policy, which you need a fair amount of guidance, give staff, certainly give staff guidance. When you're on there, represent yourself as being, representing the city, saying your own personal opinion. They're often, you have different accounts, yourself, your can sit wherever you have a city, sort of account. You're not representing the city, it's not representing it's very often.
That policy was put in place on the night you all met me.
Well, no, we've had it before, but.
Oh, so you.
Yeah, let's go back onto the,
Social media email policy, why do you think we put it in place?
so, let's go back to the form of communication.
Got a bad memory.
Let's go back to the form of communication that is promoted. That's you acting as a council, because in truth, that's all the authority you have. And I hate to tell you, when you're at home alone, or when you're meeting with the president over the city hall, you are a citizen, you are a resident of the community, but you're not a representative of the city council. Exactly. That, for you're just one more person who can actually engage your public employees as the rest of the community.
One of the things I like the most when I interviewed with Lisa is that, and I still remember to this day, is she said, you have zero power by yourself. Without your council, you can't do nothing.
That's good, right? And that's a hard one because it's counter instinctual, it's counter everything you feel you get in these positions because you want to do something, you change something, you want to get it going. Something about what's going on doesn't feel right. And then you look, well, this is I convinced everybody, everybody's the other 6, I'm convinced myself, but I never realized the other 6 in my position, yeah, that's what
So you gotta make sausage.
we gotta make sausage. That's right, and we're pretty making sausage, but nonetheless, sausage is really good. So how do we get back, how do we do the work of a council most effective? How do we do the work in the city most effectively?
As a group.
Well, yeah, it's like they're up there getting teams, they're line letters. That's how we work. So I would say, you're part of the team as the council. How do you get your part of the team? You know, lead the way so the council, so the staff is just look up and admire you every and say, wow, there goes a team I am so proud to work with. You know, that is the bunch, you know, so. I was asked a question a little while ago, how staff morale. What do you think? Staff that comes to council meetings or staff that sit online in the meeting are stressed. They're nervous. They're worried they're gonna get called out, they're gonna get questioned on things that they're not prepared to deliver thorough responses to. You're asking about information about the status of things that you know that's it's not, you know, they didn't crack that thing because council packets are cracked with information and parties and well written. Then we get to the end of the council meeting where you engage the staff throughout the audience from or online. And that's the stressful time and it's not a productive. It's not how it really affect the councils.
Well, so a year ago, we had reports all the time.
Go back there.
Okay. And then, once again, in this 7-month period of kerfuffle, everything went poof. And so we were back to asking them directly.
I'm gonna take you back to where you were a year ago.
Thank you very much.
So, and staff is aware of it. So I'm not necessarily, I'm not opposed to staff being president councils, but I also don't want to feel pressure because they aren't president. So if it gets to, you know, I want to effectuate a couple of changes. You know, I want this next year, we did before, is one. And make it more of a way that a pleasant environment for everybody. Staff should be able to respond to matters that one, they will identify, feel ready with matters. Pressing concern, I think they are with with another national. There's something we told you know, that we need, we not get their report. Well, then it's our obligation to get that report, staff, or units, same. Not being done is a whole lot better than not saying anything.
Thank you.
Communication at every level is hugely important for you, for us, for everyone. So people don't mind being told no much as they and they mind being wrong.
Yes.
That's always the most important.
No means you can move somewhere,
Yeah, no means you gotta get it.
but I don't know means you're limbo.
It's
I like that saying. I like that saying that you just said about knowing nothing.
It's the difference between, you know, somebody is getting the truth and somebody is fucking hearing nothing. And I know, you know, they talk about, you know, in children, you know, people who lost or whatever, there's an accident out there. And everybody's waiting for that phone call. You're looking in and, you know, you went to the doctor and you're worried about you know, this prognosis. Well, which is worse, the worry or the knowledge of what it is that is bad? And then I worry. Because now you know what the next steps are. You know what the next is. If there is individual, whatever it is, you know, knowledge is incredible. So, a lot of, so let's.
So does that mean you take your tools?
I need to my tools, can you?
But I'm sorry.
What do you already have? And put that, put your planner up there with the instances.
This planner?
Yeah, just a plan. So you already have this school, I don't know, but it needs to be in and it needs to be, let's get your plan.
I need to get into. Okay.
You get a forward look, you basically get a, I think you, does that come together all that everything all comes in?
It doesn't, let me see if I have a, I don't know if I'm not logged into our network.
I'll pull on a copy. Do something that looks really cute.
No, I don't.
Okay, so
We used to.
well, what it is basically a report of the agenda. So staff, when we meet with staff, this is what we do also. We meet as a staff, Lisa did this for all purposes. What is important is that staff participate in this and that council participate in this, so please understand. And what this is going forward, 2, 3, 4 weeks, 5 runs, last bit silence. You know what's coming up in future days. And if you think something needs to get added to an agenda, we'll look at an agenda and say there's room for it, there's not room for it. We do it at the staff level. So that we can plan out yours to come to the agenda and say, work with this conference. So for instance, if we come June, we plan in the budget weeks, we know you're gonna have, adopt the budget, appropriate the budget. Adopt the tax rate, all those things. Have public hearings, we know we have the same thing for the budget, we make the budget count, which shows the same stuff, same thing. We know we're gonna have, we're gonna have a reviews hearing, that's gonna be on this agenda. Different things that are in the offing, so that we know what the workload is and trying to equalize that workload going forward. So that you could have effective meetings. Any meeting goes 22 hours. It's effective, it's because we were trying to make important decisions, we've had enough. My goal is always to help you get to 2 hour meetings maximum, no matter what. Thankfully, we pretty much watching that anyway.
Thank you, Pete. Oh, David.
That
was a Pete's goal.
And I agree with you.
Thank you, Jesus.
It isn't good, it isn't fun watching. It's, you two, whatever, come back in 3 hours a week, that's so fun.
You should have been here for some of the meetings till 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, I know.
There's a fun introduction for me. My first 2 months, we had 3 or 4, 5 or 6 hour meetings. Well, and I mean, it was it was a combination of executive and, and regular meetings. Yeah.
I think we got out here at the latest, like 12 something.
So that document goes around anyways, that was our agenda planner. You guys are-
Yeah, I just put it in a date on my calendar.
Oh.
He's filtering.
We wanna put that in our agenda packet, so.
That's all
So they can see in advance, you get to see in advance what's on the list, and if there's something you say, wait, there's whatever, if you have an opinion, let us know, otherwise it's information. We're working it as your staff, as part of our staff. The other piece, can you put the issue number?
So David's about to introduce a tool that is like a tracker for all the issues that the city staff.
Yeah, let me make
are working
everything
toward.
shows up on the screen, on Toledo meeting, so. And I have it on the email.
Well, I was hoping to also have you go through the rules for it.
Yeah.
So, while she's copying this, the other thing I want to, you mentioned, and so what, and I started, I want, again, we're going to talk to this, I want the staff to give you a report. So summary report, more than a page or 2 is a way to spend it.
Right.
So summary report of things that are on there, that are of obvious interest, and things that are pricey concerns.
Projects completed, projects currently in works.
Right, no explanation, just
Right.
so clear what it is.
Yep.
Not a lot. And then, you're welcome to look at, and at the end of the reports, you're welcome and invited. At the appropriate time at the end of the meeting to ask questions on anything that's a concern with respect to the meeting. Unless it's like, there was a leak on, whatever street, in whatever street, it was there, hopefully that's been done. I would ask you to keep keep things focused on what's on those reports. And just try to keep focused on the reports. To the extent that something, and the other thing is I would ask you, what I would ask you to do is focus your questions through the agenda.
Right.
Not to the staff. Right. And if I should be first on most things that come to, if I'm not first on it, I may hit the staff is and I may ask them for response. Or I may say, let's talk about the issue factor, let's talk about whether this is something we need to bring back to you. And we'll get there as well. So that reporting piece will become part of the way we're going to do closely to get you information in the campus for what's going on. And it also gives you a pretty good idea what is on the plate for your staff. In addition to the things that I spent a lot of time talking about, just what is the normal course of business. And that's important because you have a learning staff.
To add to that, one of the things that it's not real conducive to their mental well-being, if we have a staff report from somebody, and then we're asking them all kinds of off-the-cuff questions about this project or that project or that project that they haven't really studied up on and are prepared for, makes them look incompetent or makes them feel like they look incompetent. So,
And the challenge of, you know, I think we've also been, I hate to say, like, I don't wanna limit the public's ability to have, like, to bring up issues that they're having and all of that, but for instance, when, let's say Brian is speaking about what's going on with Public Works in a public meeting, I think we've been a little bit loose about allowing members of the public to kind of jump up to the, you know, to the table and start asking, can you work on this? I just thought about this, or can you address this? And that's not the place for it, and I think that that's a, that, to your point, is very
Well,
important.
this will help to cut that out.
Yes.
And another thing that will help to cut this out, and I think Jackie may have had some of these back in the day. We used to have that third meeting every month was literally.
called a work session.
Was literally a work session. The only time you did business was if it was something that absolutely positively had to get done. Right, it was an emergency thing, something had to be signed by the end of the month, that type of thing. And in the work sessions, number one, there would be, you know, maybe say April's work session is Public Works. And they come in and tell us about, you know, how are things going with the CIP projects that they've been on? What do they see coming down in the future? A chance for us to talk about different issues around, as a group, around the city, whatever it is, instead of now, it just seems to all be business all the time, and we never get to look big picture anymore.
No, now it's little meetings here and there going on behind the scenes that
But you understand what I'm
shouldn't be
saying,
happening.
right? And I would like that orchestrated by you. Okay, yes, we're gonna give things like, you know, here's an issue we need to cover in a work session down the road. And we can tell you about that like in council comments. But how they're put together is the city manager's job, not the council's job.
Well, I would suggest also during your council meetings, if you could keep your comments and your city manager for the most part. Ideally, so for instance, when the public gets any comments, they're coming to the mayor. You're in bandwidth. You can decide if there's a member of council that's responding, that's not. I would ask councilors to refrain themselves from responding. Or you could, more importantly, probably flip it to your city manager.
Right.
But the other part of that is when you get public comment, typical way of doing that is more than it really leads to the frustration of people learning this, but really leads to manage the meeting effectively is no response to all the comments are taken. And then you flip it to your managers and people of these things, what can respond to now? What do we need to deal, maybe take up later with our issue tracker? Or what is something that is, you know, what you can let us know, you city manager, what is there something here that we need to respond to for the moment? Right. And that's a problem for members of council, for the community, and it's a training process. That's hard. I mean, if you get frustrated, really hard in a small community that's not done business that way.
Well, that's why you and I have an agreement that you can flat out tell me if I'm not doing it right.
But I'm not gonna do that really.
But you know what I mean, right? Yep, exactly, and I need that, okay, and I need that from you. Okay, because you're the one that's gonna help me get back on where we used to be.
If it's him older than you, and I feel like he knows you, it's the young guy in the room, you're the guy in the room, I can tell you. Son, just mismanage that.
So I like what you said, I like what you said about everybody doing their comments. And then answering it towards the end or making responses. I know that I have talked to quite a few community members that were not pleased with how we allowed members of the community to ramble on past the 3 minutes and about stuff that didn't have anything to do with what should be talked about. And I think we need to get back into, I hate to say it, but being more strict on them. You know, I know they want to talk, but they have to understand that there's the rules and everything, and I'm speaking for myself, not everybody else, is saying that I guarantee I violated those rules myself.
And one of the kind of important things to that, when we think about like public meeting law and stuff like that, is if we set time limits for some people but not for others, where we actually cut somebody off and then later on we let somebody speak for 5 minutes over, suddenly now we've restricted one member of the public but not the other, and that's a violation.
So the answer is between a presenter and a member of the public.
Yeah, and I'm talking about the time limited public.
The 3 minute comments.
You know. and
Part of
we've
the
had-
problem,
Yeah.
part of the problem that we have with the timer is they get their comments, but if we ask questions, are they still limited?
That's what I.
Right,
Yeah.
right, so that's what I was gonna say, is I really like the idea of waiting until
Yep.
all the comments, because that way they've got their 3 minutes. And then question and answer afterwards is separate from the 3 minutes, so that's gonna show everybody gets 3 minutes.
So your questions are to either the mayor or to your manager. Does that, not to the member of the audience that have the comments?
Cause
Right.
That's a tough part of it. So
Lisa had her hand up behind you.
I was just gonna ask a question as to if the council moves in that direction and as we bring forward the council rules in the future, do we want to have it as a policy that if council asks questions, that is also time restricted as well?
No.
Okay.
But part of your solution for 5-hour meetings is using your tools, right? Use your agenda to stay on task. When you're going through the staff reports need to have at least 3 components. You can have more, David may have other things that he adds to his, but there's always the subject of what we're talking about, the status and or background of what's going on, and any recommended or requested actions for counselors. If those 3 components are a part of how the staff and your city manager communicates to you what they need to get out of the meeting.
So let me help you here, because I was referencing a different kind of staff report. When they do have staff reports that are related to the topics of an agenda item, which provides council actions, requests, recommendations, budget
Yes.
impact, discussion options. So they do get, they're called RCAs, but so they do have that. What I'm talking about here is separate from monthly staff reports that are 1-pagers about
Departmental update kind of stuff.
departmental things, as opposed to oral and communication, so meeting after meeting after meeting.
Thank you for your clarification.
I don't want to get to taking the issue tracker, because there's also circles back, but.
Caught it, go when you pass up.
Yeah, this is what I've been threatening before this. That's cool.
Don't make that to make promises.
Yeah, well, that's part of the tool. So this is something that I'd like you to take up every meeting at the end of the meeting. And this item is something that says, you public, we heard what the public was saying on this particular thing. It matters to us as a council, this particular item, and we want this to show up on the work. Now, I want you as a council act, by consensus, by motion, whatever you want to do, but it needs to be 4 or 7 at least, the sentence, whatever it is, gets on this list. Okay, and all it does is get on the list of that. We will get back to you and say, well, I can tell you, maybe it's immediately, they'll get back to you immediately the next meeting. Or I may come back to you with an update of the issue tracker the next meeting, say, here's when you can expect something on that item. So if it's the health department,
Yeah, license plate reader, yep.
License
LPR.
plate reader, take pictures of license plates.
Yeah, PR. If it's that, I'm gonna put it on the station tracker too, because that's consensus of council. I won't fill in an expected delivery date, because I won't know what I'm doing with staff. And I will email the staff, and then we will circle back to you and say, the whole project's gonna be done by next day, or we're gonna get you phase one of that, maybe it's engineering analysis on this thing. Or maybe we're gonna get that, for the warrant, get it done. You know, here's the problem with my mistake, cover it, it's here, uniform time control devices, whatever that is. But one way or another, we're gonna circle back to you and give the conversation. So that means is you're gonna hear nothing, you're hearing something, maybe no. No, nothing.
I love it too, this makes me very happy, because I feel like I haven't known what's going on in City Hall at all.
I know when I had brought that thing up, I believe we were already in the midst of kerfuffle, as he's saying, so there was no city manager to bring it up with or anything like that, so. We'll see about setting a time next week and I'll come in and meet with you, we'll sit and talk, since I haven't talked to you yet. Yeah.
I think this is something we absolutely need, because you're right, balls get dropped if we don't do something like this, and I don't mean staff drops them, I mean we drop them, right? Because the kerfuffle comes up, whatever that might be, and stuff gets pushed to the wayside.
The other side of that is, we don't really know what the council direction.
Yep.
Because you haven't acted by consensus, you haven't voted on it, you just don't think that it's important. Another example came up in a meeting with you. You talked about getting a staff meeting all together, you do emergency management stuff done by one. I didn't hear a direction from council. I didn't hear what was an expected product other than a meeting.
Yeah.
I didn't understand what was really purpose, but I heard that it was an emergency to you. So the next step,
Well,
take something that's emergency to you, have a conversation towards the end of the meeting and say, okay, I will circle back to the meeting after you make your comments and say, okay, councilors, I heard this in your conversation. I don't know if anything on this of things that you thought was urgently were crazy. If something belongs on this list,
Right.
let's please do that. And we'll get back to you with the information you need to know to see what staffs or whatever. Or we have options, for instance, alternatively, I told you that we have. Yeah, you contacted Susan Paxson.
Well, she contacted me, and then.
It's a good start to that. So it'll be there is a response when we would put that. But this is just a way of closing that loop, but at the same time, when people get up in the microphone early in the meeting and say, I commented on this, and you're not responding to it right away, you may find out by the end of the meeting that you really taken seriously, it gets on this issue. That said, you're gonna see from the scene as it starts to fill up, that, we haven't created one capacity in staff, we're just starting to see. We're starting to address back to you, what is our ability to get things done, whatever.
Right.
You may think that something's more important than we think we can deliver. In which case, I'm talking about, okay, what do you see in here, you can priorities that you want to shift? Because it's offer something who's next.
But see that, and that's vital for the proper functioning, because if we don't know, for lack of a better word, how well your head is bobbing above water. We don't know, and we don't know whether we should add anything to it or not, if we don't know, and we've got to communicate better as a city with each other.
So would it be easier because right now our public comment is in the very beginning of the meeting. And then it gets lost in translation, so to speak, until the end of the meeting. Would it be easier to move public comment to the end of the meeting if we're gonna be commenting, asking questions at the end?
Then we can hold them hostage.
Okay, so let me give you my point of view over my years of going to many meetings, not just ours. If we do it at the beginning of the meeting, then people know they don't have to stick around for all the stuff they don't give a crap about. Okay, if we keep it at the beginning of the meeting, they don't have to stay. If we move it to the end of the meeting, a lot of people perceive that as we're gonna force you to sit through all the boring crap And I'm not saying this is our community, I'm saying this is what I've heard in other communities. That they have forced us to sit through all this crap just so we can tell them, hey, this street looks like crap.
Or we don't value it because we're putting it after our decisions, right?
Well, I was trying not to use the colorful metaphors that were used in Hermiston.
To that point, because in truth, as a business board, as a corporate board, you don't value those things more, nor should you value those things more. I think that having them up front, I think is more really one of the difficult practices people do now. I think there's, the feeling to the community is that, you're punishing us by making this way through all this. It's certainly always my feeling when I have to wait for, in an angry moment, speak my piece. Yeah, but I think if you start off that whole conversation by saying, look, we're not gonna, understand there's no change in our prices, doesn't mean we're not gonna pay attention to what you're saying. But at the end of the meeting, there's gonna be a time for we're gonna either, we may or may not take further action on your comments. After we've done our business as a council, because our business is our business, we gotta go through our business. But at the end of the meeting, there's gonna be a wrap up time, we have the city tracker, we have city council comments, the staff, the manager will be, and the manager will be there. We may add it to our issue tracker, and then we can follow.
So one thing that I think would help that along, so at the table where we come in, that's where we used to have the sign-up sheet, that's where you can pick up the agenda for the evening, so on and so forth. Maybe we should have a primer there about just what you just said, okay? And I say that so that whoever's running the meeting, whether it's me or Kim or Tracy, if it's some political thing, some police thing that Kim and I have to step out of, that the public already knows upfront, this is how our meetings are gonna go. And that your issues are important, and we will take them up at the end of the meeting. We may take them up at the end of the meeting, use that word, right? But have a primer for them so that it doesn't become another part of the rote statements of every meeting.
So let me add, just to the qualification, but if there's something that can get a really quick answer, if I know it, there's no reason we can't do conversation, say, oh, wow, yeah, you can find that at somebody's market.
Right, and put that in that primer too, like if it's if there's something that can quickly be solved by a one comment thing, then we'll get
We have information.
Right, we have the information on it right now.
Anything that requires more consideration, more deliberation, that's gonna be at the end of the meeting, and then maybe not be the consensus of council to task staff with the job. Understanding again, when you task staff with, it's gonna have a priority somewhere.
Exactly, right.
So that's.
One thing you guys could consider, that I've seen used at some cities is the back side of the agenda is sometimes used for public rules of engagement, where you can say, this is how public comment will be handled, these are these things. Not everybody reads, the second page, but for those that really have a deep interest in going through the packet to see what they're interested in, that's one other way to communicate that just quietly.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that our community has gotten somewhat accustomed to is, they come with questions during their public comment time. And because we're all well-meaning people who want to help our community, we, to the point of us like asking questions or responding to them, it's using up their time, but it's also helping the community to recognize if you come with a question, that doesn't mean we're going to have an answer for you. And sometimes an answer isn't appropriate. But
I think it'll get some time getting the public used to doing it this way. But I think if we do it this way, it's gonna make us run so much more smoothly.
And I think that's why I like that primer. Is because then we have it in writing, we have it something that is accessible to everybody, so they can see how we're doing it. Not just show up in one meeting, well, I heard him say X, and somebody else shows up in another meeting, well, I heard him say Y. No, the process is right here.
I think that'd be great on the back of the agenda.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is this will be in the agenda, so this will be visible to the public at any time. The things that are already on it. It doesn't really, maybe add more of that meeting, or stay of the meeting.
Now, is that gonna be in every weekly meeting, or is that a 1 month thing, or what are you thinking?
Well, I'm vertebrated, that shows up every meeting.
Good, I was hoping that's what your answer was gonna be.
I mean, the staff reports, your separate set reports.
It's a living document.
Yep.
It's a living document, so it's a living document, so whatever the current iteration of it is what's going in the us.
So they're, and just for what I just said, the staff reports, I feel the same monthly piece of paper.
Right, yeah, that was,
We
those
used
were
to get a little
my.
book,
Yeah,
remember that book?
yes, I remember this book.
Yes, it was a book, it was a little book. And every department did the monthly report.
Oh, printed out
We got a
paper.
little book every month.
So just to sort of.
It had the police stats and what they've done and stuff. Yeah. It does. Yes,
It was.
That's why we don't have.
Go ahead.
Are you considering the public comment to the end of the meeting?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just questioning whether or not it would be more feasible for the people.
Keep it up.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it, I was just wondering if it would make it easier.
Because I can't imagine the outrage, like, when we were weighing in on, fire department matters, if we had voted on it and, imagine the outrage. Right, yeah, and that's kind of where, David is right, we don't weigh public comments as, valuable or other efforts, they're like, it's all evidence for us to consider. But it still is, it is still information for us to consider.
I'm seeing a request for a quick little stretch break.
Yeah.
Take Ronnie, please.
I think we're done with this, I think we're ready to get into what you're gonna find more fun for.
Oh, perfect, section of your bill.
Can I start off?
Bring us back to order, go ahead, David.
So just this one, and I just told it, I think we're basically, because it's a little bit direction for each one. We've tightened up the building, so we're getting further games, and it was, a little overly on conduct to do that. I understand that there's some,
And I'll talk about that in a minute.
Anyway. Beyond that, it's budget time, I could probably help you with those questions, to get something in front of you, have thought, it's no longer suitable for its intended purpose, being purely public safety, because we don't have dispatching along the front. So there's a lot of space, there's a lot of room, I know that the community is, let's put on this one as well. I would like to suggest to you a product and process, maybe help you get from here to there, whatever your next step on this thing is, and I think that is just like. Hire an architect in this coming year. Some kind of community engagement and visioning for this building. Which maybe we incorporated in a community building max, and I will say, please, this. You're gonna probably wanna think about moving your city hall, but you may or may not, that's, that much process, other stuff out. Police movement is our emergency, it's physical location, fund zone, it's just not. So my sense is this, if you turn it back a little bit to the community with an engagement process, at the same time as a guided conversation with an architect. Reimagine that space that is right now just waterproof, nothing much more. And then you'll have something going forward from there. That's just my thoughts, and then we plug in money, if that works for you, you can plug in money into the budget.
So monetarily wise, Representative Gomberg and Representative Gomberg is the principal on the public safety infrastructure bill that is before the Oregon State Legislature. He, along with Senator Anderson, are on the joint ways and means tax bill. And so that gives us a leg back. He has a $5.3 million ask for us so that we can complete that building. Now, with dispatch going away, it's not as critical that we need as much of that building as we did before. Okay, and that's where David and I have talked, and this is probably something we're going to need to do. I am hoping that we can get some word out of DEQ so we have a final, as DEQ ever gets, but a final word on the disposition of City Hall. Okay, Because if we have to move City Hall sometime within the next 5 to 10 years, I'd like to have this building, the public safety building, at least be able to handle us moving up there. Okay? I don't want to move City Hall. I think City Hall is inherently not just vital to Main Street, but as part of that whole Main Street visage, if you will. But with our scare from DEQ, I don't know where we're at with them.
Any timeline on that?
That's, we're on DEQ's timeline to get us that information. Thank you. I rest my case, you know how I feel. But as I mentioned with David, we take this back to an architect because now we, there's gonna be at least 800, 900 square feet in there that's not gonna be needed right away for dispatch. Because we have dispatching. So now we can take and possibly redo some of that interior of the building for other purposes. Well, what should those other purposes be? Should they be generic office space in case we have to move City Hall? Should they be meeting space, as community rooms, whatever, right? But the money's coming to get the police force up there. Because we're part of a larger bill that's impacting, at last count, 22 different communities across the state. So there are a lot of senators and representatives bought into making this happen. It's $100 million bill.
So not having dispatch isn't going to be a bar from?
No, not from the state money.
Okay.
We've essentially lost the federal $1 million because that was strictly for dispatch.
Okay.
If they check. I'm kind of hoping that they don't.
Don't look.
That they don't look and we still get it from them. In the current climate with the federal government, I'm not counting on it either way, okay, to be perfectly blunt, okay? But the state money is literally state money, it's the lottery dollars, it's how they fund this stuff. And on the 17th of April, I'll be testifying virtually, because they're gonna have a virtual waste meetings, committee meeting.
For the federal or?
No, for the state, and I will bring up that bill and the importance to getting our temporary police station out of the flood and tsunami zone and into a seismically stable building that could survive.
Temporary.
I don't want to hear it anymore, because I was one of the people that voted to put it in that temporary position back in 2002.
What are we gonna do with that temporary?
We can do exactly how it came to us. We can sell that building, or we can repurpose it into something that doesn't have to do emergency services.
Community side.
It can be a community. I mean, there are. Yeah, it's. Have you been in it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we walked all the way to it.
Okay, so you saw what was right getting upstairs.
No, I don't, did I go upstairs?
You did? Yeah. That if you look even like me or have any physical impairments walking like me, trying to get up and down those stairs is an exercise, and we'll just leave it at that.
Then I probably not go.
But there's nothing that says that we couldn't sell it to some, or keep it part of the URA and rent it to businesses, right? Nothing says we can't do that. There you go. So that's where, the current thing is getting to 5.3. Once we get that 5.3, which will probably become available, I want to say somewhere around October to December is when they usually do the lottery bonds and send them out. We would then have roughly 3.5 years to get the building done. But I believe we could, once we know we have the money, I think we can engage an architect right away to start running everything with it. Now, I want you all to understand, because no one was here except Jackie back when shall we say, the kerfuffle around the public safety building occurred. It was the last thing that really put the community on one side or the other of an issue.
They still are.
And I will be very upfront with you, I was one of the people on the previous budget committees that kept asking him, the previous city manager at that time, do you have a plan to refurb it?
To what?
To refurbish that building, okay? I understand it's a great buying price, but do you have a plan? Well, they went ahead and bought it anyway, because of a lack of plan, because of a lack of having funds ready to go, that's why it sat here this long. Because it took us that long, and then COVID through the, you know, as usual, through the military range and everything. And so now a building that, if they'd have had a plan in place, it would have probably been $2.4 million to have been done pre-COVID. We're now looking at a total of 6.3. The million we've already put in it just to seal the dang thing up, and then the 5.3 for the state. Okay, so understand that, you know, this is why we couldn't get the bond through 18 months ago. Because the second we added the police, the public safety building to that bond, enough people voted no. And it didn't lose in the landslide, but it lost. Okay, and then you notice what happened when we took it off and put it back on the main ballot. We had the highest, for lack of a better word, victory percentage in the entire state for a public safety project.
I think there was more votes for no for the joint than there was combined for the just
Yes.
the tank.
Exactly. Okay, so, so I have said from day one that I've been handed this, just say it, turd, and I gotta figure out how to shine it up like a golden egg. And we're working, we'll get there. But it's coming. Been working with Senator Anderson and Representative Gomberg now for 3 years to get this to happen. It's kind of had to wait its turn in the queue, as it were, on how they do it. Last session was all about housing. The session before that was all about water and wastewater infrastructure. Now it's public safety's turn to have the spending bill, so we're in the public safety one. So, yes.
So then the next thing, I think what I heard you say, David, is to hire an architect to reconfigure what's potentially gonna happen with it.
So
And do we have the money for that, or do we have to wait for?
so if we have, so if it passes,
Yes.
okay, if it passes, and we believe it will, but if it passes, then we know we'll have the money and we can spend it from our own, and it just comes back to us out of those dollars. Yes,
Whether or not we get that money, we still need to start in progress. So should we consider hiring an architect?
we already have one, because we already have, so we have the ones all drawn up with dispatch in there.
Right, but,
But what I'm getting is, we have a firm that's already done this.
right,
So we just gotta reach back out to them and say, now, can you do it with these?
I think that we should find the money to do that before October.
Meaning
Oh,
get
no.
the ball rolling.
Yes. Well, I'll be honest, I wanna wait until I see the governor go.
That'd be really nice if we made progress in there.
But here's the thing. If we don't get the money, then we're out that money. And architects, as I've learned over the last 18 months, I used to think that architects weren't the most expensive things on the planet. I have now learned that they are.
Everything is.
No, architects still rule the world.
I don't know, eggs are getting there.
Engineers are right there with us. They're in a marriage.
So,
Go ahead.
I'm looking, an architect drawing the construction plans is pretty pricey piece of work. Architect doing the programming, we're building, bubble drawings of where things are gonna be and where proposed uses and our engagement process.
Can you get that cheap?
That shouldn't be that pricey. That's sort of that's like 10% architectural drawings.
Could you reach out and find that out?
I'll get you numbers.
Okay.
And in the meantime, we'll sort of plug something into the budget, just
Okay.
not major.
All right. But that, I mean, I've never seen them do anything cheaply, so I'm just,
We're not talking about where the bathrooms go,
I know.
whether they're.
I understand what you're saying.
Just talking about, you have this shelf, you have whatever that is,
Right.
10,000 square feet, or that is, roughly around, split in 2 floors. How can you best use these spaces?
Okay.
By way of the services you provide in the city? What would
Okay.
fit, what would generally fit where without doing the fine architectural detail?
Right.
Because there's a big difference between that detail and concept level.
Well, and always remember that with the police department, they have to have the sections where we have the safes. Or at least,
Their evidence.
yeah, as evidence block.
This part won't have to do that, I don't think they're trying to respond. They will.
I'm not saying they need to, but I'm saying that any art, that's why I'd like to go back to the one we had. Who did our original whole things, because they know as far as that building, all that stuff. But anyway, there's your update on the building. Do you guys have any other questions on it?
Actually looks nice though.
It should look nice in October.
Do we have any?
No, Cameron, don't we?
I just,
Get busy, Kim.
well, the police department asked everybody like last year for their ideas, and I didn't know if, like,
I've never heard that, so. She was asking about paint on the building.
I'm just wondering when it's gonna get painted.
Well, I was talking about having a painting party for the films.
Oh, fun.
Just kidding.
I told them to be euros.
I do know that Hardy Board
I
is
do
good with
like
that,
the idea of one wall doing that.
because we did the siding on our house, Hardy Board, we didn't finish like a year and a half. Because it's already pre-primed.
All right, any other questions on the building? All right,
In the drill topic of legal services.
you can drill in.
Probably remember if you're looking at things.
Okay.
So, this is the 2-step process, or, and 2.5-step process, so I think I want to have a conversation about, if that's gonna look like. So to start with, we're gonna, it's my intent to bring you a firm forward to do the interim services. And then, and recruiting for whatever you choose to do, and whatever you choose to do, I mean, we have to have a key conversation. With respect to firms, I'm slowly but surely we nailed down the one firm that makes any sense, and that's the firm that you've been using for your work. Not for the city. They're already familiar with it, they don't have conflicts with the city. I know there's a firm on the coast, they're not able. There's a firm that I used to use, they're not able. There's a couple of others, but I think at the end of the day, I don't think we're gonna spend a lot of time on, going on a search for firms, interviews, and having to do interim services. So, with your permission, I'm just bringing forward an engagement letter for one firm. And that's another Nash, they do good work, they're the public sector employee for in terms. And they have a full team, they're not cheap, but none of these firms are cheap. So, I want to get them on sooner rather than later, because they need to engage. Start planning to also work. So if you have no particular objections to that, I will bring that forward to your next council.
I would like to see them,
You clear anything with the question? Just clear
Yeah.
well spoken, Jackie.
I knew you guys would get it.
Isn't Bill Nash the one that did the fire department investigation?
Yeah, the city investigation.
That isn't necessarily the people who would seek the representation, that would be their attorney that does investigations.
So we're talking about Mike's replacement.
No,
Temporary, it's interim.
The tax colors.
Because like city manager, we're gonna have to come up, this is our parameters, this is what we need. We need you to give, we need to put out an RFP, request for proposals, and then.
Okay, so can we talk about? Mike?
I don't think we can outside of executive, can
Yeah, you can. I believe.
Well, I don't know, I don't think I'm the only one. That may feel this way, but it just, I'm just gonna say it straight, if I'm not aligned to that, it's just that.
Would you like me to leave?
No.
I'm not gonna say, so it just seems like there were a few that were gunning for him. And it was the tail wagging the dog is how I perceive it. And so I'm just not sure that my client's a leave. I mean, if he.
So he's leaving now.
What?
Could we convince him to stay?
Well, I think it might be possible. But
Here, let me leave so you guys can have a frank conversation.
Well, it's still public.
It's
still-
It's public now.
Yes, you're fine, buddy.
It's-
Might as
You
well.
guys know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just opening up one more chair is all you're gonna be doing.
I can understand that there are feelings of distrust, questions of ethics or ethics. And other problems, but I don't think this problem should be handled individually. I think it should have been brought to the group as a group to be made discussion or decisions. I don't think that somebody should be going to the city manager and saying, oh, we've got 3 against him. It's time to get rid of him. How did we get to 3 without the rest of us? That's my big bone of contention. We have become separate entities on this council. We are not separate. All decisions should be made as a group. Discussions should be had as a group. If you are not approached by city staff to have a confidential meeting by that city staff member, it should be the group. Period. In my opinion.
And now you have explained why I am glad to have David having this meeting and getting us back to where we function
Yes,
as a group.
so much so,
yeah,
because that has to stop.
It just seems like the ones on the council apologizing for being snarky are driving.
Yeah, I'll weigh in on this one, you may not like entirely what
I'll let you know.
I have to say,
Okay,
there's 2 positions that work for the city council that truly need more than just a 4-3 majority to work effectively for the council. And there's your city manager and there's your city attorney. Absent that level of confidence in those 2 employees, probably neither one of them should be working. I learned a long time ago, you can teach it to count to 4 in city manager, when you have some member cases. I learned a long time ago, if you can't count to 5 at least, not 6, you probably should tender your notes. You understand what I'm saying with that?
I do.
Because we become the problem. We become the source of friction, we become the agenda. And it's not healthy for our cities, that's not healthy for our client, you the client, whether it's your attorney or whether I'm your manager. So if Mike is working for you and 3 of the 7 of you don't support him, then there's 4 do. And bear with me a second. Is he effective for all 7?
No.
Mike is drawing a conclusion, at least for himself, however he counts the numbers, that he probably is not gonna be effective for all 7 of you. And you're, all 7 of you is the only client there is. Not 3 of you, not 4 of you, not 5 of you, all 7 of you as a body is the goal. Same for me. I have left cities because I knew my council was split and I was the reason they were split. And that was not gonna help them, it was not gonna help my city. So sometimes we make hard choices and we get paid pretty well to do that. But sometimes we make hard choices because of that. And that's my.
That is clearly understood, David. And so what 3 people that want him to leave, my knowledge is that there's only 1 council member. The others were not on council, so am I missing something here?
I'm doing count, I'm not doing the head count, my opinion, you know, some conclusion, whether there's 3, 1 or 10 or 7. You know, I know when I do the head count, I'm pretty confident, I know who wants to see it go. And and in Vermont. And destroy business and present business because I'm distractions for their business.
Can we get down to the bottom of the meat and potatoes of it then, or is it?
I don't know, it shouldn't happen to start with.
Well, again, like higher adults. You know, if either one of us want to force a question, you know, in those situations, we could force. Should have asked you to go into the executive session and, you know, a frank conversation with us about the future. Is, you know, where the numbers come by, how effective can I be to continue in your agreement? And how destructive it might continue.
So then my question is for you, Mike. We could go into executive session and discuss it. If you're willing to take a look, to have us take a look and see, and perhaps stay on, or do you have it in your heart that I'm done with you guys?
We can have an executive session talking about it. Yeah, we can have an executive session talking about it.
Don't we have an executive scheduled for 2 weeks? Or week and a half?
That's the end of
Yeah, and it's the right justification to go into executive session.
Were you guys okay with that?
And I'd just like to also address, I'm a little frustrated by Councilor Kaufman's accusations of other councilors.
I don't know who did it, I don't know who did it.
No, I'm the one that said.
No. Councilor Kaufman, was airing frustration as an accusation against an unknown 3 people.
Yes. I agree with that.
That we were having secret meetings, whatever.
Mhm.
And I'd like to just point out that that's an unfounded accusation. I am a little offended on behalf of myself and other councilors.
Let's speak for yourself, don't speak for me. I feel the same way she does.
I'd love evidence that these secret meetings are happening. Because I will gladly admit that I've had some conflict with Mike. I've aired that with him directly. I've spoken to him directly about the things that he and I disagree on. But I'm not having secret meetings with people. And so if Mike is, for instance, counting who he feels he has the complete trust with, he might say, hey, I don't know that Andrew's one of them, and I might be one of the 3 in his mind, if there are 3, but that doesn't mean that I'm having secret meetings with 2 others. No, I appreciate it, but I just want to say, if you have evidence that there are secret meetings happening, cool, show it, put it on the table. I don't love the accusations. I don't love.
And it demeans our council.
And what I'm saying is
If
that
there are
you just put
papers
the rumor on the table.
Oh, no, it came to me. From outside. What are the secret meetings about the attorney?
And
What secret meetings, what? So it was brought to me that there should be no appearance of secret meetings. It doesn't matter if you call Kim and you guys get together and you have a conversation. And you decide that you're gonna talk to somebody else. But to call each other and say, hey, let's get together. And have a meeting with 2, 3, 4, and not the entire council. It becomes a secret meeting in this community.
And it wasn't about you.
Oh, no,
or your comment.
I'm not worried about that.
Just in as
I
much
do
as, no, but there,
We're in a room where we're talking about team building and becoming more of a team. And I just want to say, I'm very frustrated that in the same meeting where we're talking about becoming a team, that was a very serious accusation that you made against 3 of us, regardless of who you know they are
it
or what
wasn't
the
about
substance.
3 council
So,
members.
I'm just
It's
very
about the
frustrated.
behavior.
It was a very divisive accusation that you made, that I feel very frustrated about. That's all, I'm just,
Am I being accusatory?
yes.
She never said a name, she never directed at you, you're the only one taking it personal.
I'd say you're pointing the finger at yourself.
I'm fine with that.
But I did not intend.
Yeah.
to point out anybody. Or infer that anybody in particular. I used you and Kim as an example, I should have said Rod and Jackie.
You could have said whoever you wanted, my point was to.
I'm
take
just
a-
saying.
At this point, let's take a 10-minute break.
Stop.
Let's take a 10-minute break, okay, calm down a little bit, okay? Let's get back on track when we come back.
So can
We
we,
are back at 2:05. Yes, Jack?
can we piece it together during executive committee, what went down, like emails and different things that
And
all led
at
up?
the executive committee meeting, we can do that.
I don't think we need to.
But anyway, we're in recess. Let's.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah, that's right, I gotta finish that.
Before I start by revisiting the goal that you have.
Yeah.
These the words now.
I changed mine to Mayberry.
So if you're looking for your goal sheets, it's in the back of this pack and give us.
While you guys are all looking for that, I'd like to get a little feedback about the fidgety things. Do you like them? Do you think they're useful?
These are cool. I have made mushrooms, I have made marshmallows, I have made donuts.
I saw you over there making mozzarella sticks.
Yep, mozzarella stick.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
that-
feels really weird when you
it's
first
like
pull it out,
balls.
it's all gooey and sticky, but then it stops being gooey.
Well,
and
and if
sticky.
you form it into something and leave it on the table, it will dry and create like, you can make Christmas ornaments and things out of it, so, you know. Gives you the ideas.
No.
Probably
When you
not.
have fingernails, do you need help?
Lisa, stop smiling.
I just know that for me, when I'm in trainings, drawing helps and to kind of absorb it, so I thought, why not? Knowing that there's a lot of neurodivergent people out there, I thought, why not?
It keeps my hands busy.
Neurodivergent.
What is that?
Anybody that falls under autistic or ADHD or there's a bunch of different ones.
Okay, so I will put it to you in a different way.
People who.
They keep trying to classify normal and they keep finding it's really hard to do that because everybody's a little different.
What is
So,
normal?
and instead of saying, so this is what my wife and I have come to the conclusion. Since they cannot define normal, they're just gonna define everybody who's not, quote, what normal, quote, should be as neurodivergent. What they keep forgetting to do is say, that's why we all can kind of work together and get stuff done, it's because we're not all. But we don't all process everything the same, we don't all. Yes. Anyway,
The only thing about these is they eventually do lose their color, because mine's going from yellow to white.
Yeah, it did?
Yeah.
Yeah, the little foam beads are actually white, so as the slime gets expanded and contracted, it loses pigment.
That's what's for this thing, I do like this.
Do you like that?
Yeah, that's great.
It's fun texture, right?
It is.
All right, did everybody find their goal sheet?
Yep.
Right.
It's in, yeah, it's in the back of that pack we gave you, the very last sheet.
I can do a little bit of. I don't know.
yeah,
Yes.
where we wanna do it? Right away.
I think what you've done here, I think that's. So, what? Not a lot of. Done since. Maybe things were done. But what I think. Here's kind of how I look at goal setting and whatnot, I look at, I think in terms of strategic plans, long range plans. You know, and you start at a very high level and you work your way, you start off at a distant level. And work your way closer in time to where you are today. So when I look at that, it's, you know, and what I try to build in this community is, you know, first and foremost. I think you need, you know, I hate mission statements, but they're fine, you don't get thrown wrong, done. But a vision going forward, you know, an ultimate vision, you know, we sort of started a little bit with that today, but it wasn't really vision. An ultimate vision for a community,
what is your dream for where we're gonna be as a community? I think is a great community exercise. It's a great opportunity to build coalition, build community, say, what is, sort of a community pride of where you're going. So when I talk about what we've been doing, so that 20-year vision plans, what is really important to you about where we go in the community, and so much of it there was about outdoor spaces. And it's necessarily, we always go with it, vision things, but there was, a lot of it was, their transportation, their, parking downtown was a nightmare, even though it wasn't a nightmare, now it is. Things of that nature. And part of that vision was, well, we have this huge river, but really it's the back door. And what we discovered in that process was that in our case, the river needed to be the front door. So those are, kind of things that you do in a vision process. From there, you start taking it down to, okay, how do you achieve that vision? So your 20-year plan may have a series of things that you want done. It's just a laundry list of dreams. Somewhere you got to reduce it down to 3 to 5 years and say, okay, what's achievable by the city at least? What is the city's piece of vision over the next 3 to 5 years? So you've got 1 year says enhanced public infrastructure facilities. So that might end up being your 20-year vision or 35, but it could be 5 years. And in your 5 years, you say, what is a measurable piece of that? And that measurable piece is going to become your annual goals, your maybe the 3-year goal, maybe even your 5-year goal. And it's going to occur at a point in time along that 5-year horizon. So in other words, by way of example, you say, well, we really need a water treatment plant. And we really need it within the next 5 years. And we know that's going to cost $30 million. And right, cheap. And so, somewhere through that 5-year plan, year 5, at the end of year 5 is water treatment plant. Maybe in year 1, there is an engineering spec, so 50% design volumes of your energy plant. By year 2, maybe you've gone out to bid on this project, and maybe you've had people whatever permit, fire plan. Maybe year 3 you're starting to build, year 5 you're done. That's your 5-year plan. Your first year was what you rolled into your budget. Your first year of your long-term plan was your budget, if it's a budgetable plan. So here you've got, a series of things, some of them may be short term, some may be long term. If they're short term, you gotta take it as, you as staff, put a dollar figure to it, and let that it's in our budget. You've approved it in your budget, you haven't approved it in your budget because it was a deal. And it's going to year 2 and send you on your strategic plan. It's your 3-year plan because we don't think resources would be there for whatever. There's a lot of conversations going on with that. So ultimately, your 1-year goal should be reflected in your budget. It's a budgetable outcome. It's just it's building something whatever. That's fine. But and then when we report to you on our monthly reports, our quarterly reports, how do we tie that back to your goal that you set out for, so that we as a team can all together. Did I have a team here somewhere? Yeah, up there.
Where?
Yeah.
Where are they?
We get a team have agreed upon has to be, that needs to be done, and we as your staff member of that team help you further report on to you, what are we doing to further your goals? So we tie our reporting to that. We tie perhaps our agenda items to that, say what goal, maybe I don't want to get RCA.
Yep.
Yeah, the RCA says what goals is for. Just the one liner, is our addressing goal or is it not, it doesn't have to. Right. Most of what we do doesn't, but some things will. And that's a reminder to you that this is part of your vision, your plan, your goals. So everything sort of comes in. So that's the long, big 30,000 foot, you don't do that today. But it just shows, just philosophical.
For the 3 new people and maybe Kim, I remember a city recorder back when we first did one of these back in 2020 made almost verbatim what you just said.
You should tell me.
And I am glad to hear it again from somebody else, because we have attempted to try and do that. But we haven't had,
Your staff.
well, but staff needs the support to do that from those around the staff. And hearing it from you, to be blunt, gives me hope.
You're talking about the one sheet where we had the goal and all the objectives underneath the spreadsheet?
And when it was going to be tied, anything that came before council would say where it addresses a goal, if it does.
Yeah, that was
You
a little
know,
bit of grapple.
And the monthly updates on where are we at, you know, all that stuff you tried to get us to do. One who's grinning behind you.
Yeah, I figured.
She's trying to make us more. We have fun,
Yeah.
but we've gotten better.
But now that you're all a team.
But we have a lot of
I
room
wrote
for
that somewhere.
improvement.
We're a great team. And there's my speech, so go ahead and close it.
We need to go back to the work sessions.
Yes, well, that's, you know, that's,
I think that helps us a lot.
well, and you need, okay. One of the things we need to do, and I know it's sounded like a weird goal. But we need to have a goal of setting objectives and then continually moving toward them. And maybe that means that 1 month, nothing got done, but at least we know nothing got done. And we know what's coming up. Because one thing I've noticed of us over the last couple of years, before you guys get one, okay, is that things would get lost in the shuffle. Whether that was, oh God, I don't even want to know.
It's the oil's in your hands. It'll calm down. Just keep going.
So
Good.
whether, okay, yes, you're allowed, you're allowed.
Hey, your staff should help you, use the goals.
I agree, but what I'm getting at is that we should know those goals well enough to be able to ask those questions. Instead of where we've been is when they come off of even our background. And when I say they come off, I mean, literally, I look at these and go, some of this stuff is still happening, but most of it has gone.
Your staff could feed you proposed objectives and even, I don't know if they should reach tasks, but they should feed you objectives. Those things.
But if there's a task that we need to do,
They do.
like, if there's a task that says, you know, it would be helpful if the city council or mayor or whoever would go and have a meeting with so-and-so and such to make sure that both agencies are on the same page. Let us know that, right? If you're getting, you know, if say, Public Works is having an issue with DEQ, they should tell you. And then if in your opinion, I should go talk to DEQ, then I should go talk to DEQ. Right? And that's why we need to have a city manager that we can entrust to tell the difference of when a response from an agency is political or procedural. Because procedural, that's your job. You can work through the procedures and all of that. But if it's political, then you need to be able to say, I need one of you, or I need you, the mayor, to go figure this out. Because that's your purview.
Ideally, is kind of what I've seen, really, is we should send you to elected officials. Because elected officials.
We do, we all go.
Yeah. The elected officials have the most respect for elected officials. You're not getting paid to do that.
Right.
You know, you go to Salem, they know you're there on your time. When I go to Salem, they don't want to be paid to go to Salem, and it's just, there's just a much respect.
Well, and
So if I go to see somebody on your staff, who is a paid member of staff, that's ideally it's your city manager doing that work.
Right. What I've learned,
The subject matter expert within the city manager's, control.
and what I've learned though, is that when it's procedural, you are definitely the best person to go, because you all can talk that language. When it's a political decision, like, I'll just say, Governor Kotek wants to do all this housing stuff, and I put it to, and I can call her by her first name, because that's what she's told me to call her by. When I go to Tina and say, Tina, you said housing's #1 priority, well, here's a way we can do that. And we have that conversation, and so she has been telling me that if you run into anything, I need to reach back out. So that's why I'm gonna do that on the Forest Service. Okay, but that's a political thing, that's not a procedural item.
So the way that conversation I think looks is you're one-on-one with the director and she talks about her study and says, okay, my city manager will contact who on your staff to make that work.
Yep.
David, this is what we used to have before.
Did we have it's good.
Yeah. Serious?
Yeah, no, that's good. Give me the heads up, I know that looked like behind me.
Yeah.
It's great piece of work, and there it is.
I think it was when Ralph was the man and he had the spreadsheet.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh.
That's right.
Tasks and all
Oh,
that
that
progress.
probably was.
And he just. Oh, look.
Good one for the record, and I really create anything, I'm just picking up what somebody else's great works from either behind you guys or somebody else's.
Disillusion people.
So I now I've interrupted you yet again, we will use this.
So usually we do goals and then we present or pass them on.
Well, so
And then they
actually,
come back to us
We try to push it out.
with different objectives. And then each objective has a couple of tasks.
That's easy.
And then we
and
accept.
so when we've done the goals part of our workshop, the big workshop like this one, we've had the department heads in with us. Because there have been times when, I'll be blunt, city council has a great goal, and staff goes like, you're nuts.
What?
I didn't invite you intentionally.
No.
90% of the state wasn't gonna be taking out.
But that's what I'm getting at, is
This
that,
year's-
you know, maybe today is more of a, with our goals, maybe today should be more about how do we go about setting them? How do we go about making sure they get accomplished over the time? But having a separate work session night that with staff to go goals. Because with as many new people, especially as we have, I think it's good that everybody knows the parameters of our departments. Like how far can they go? We can come up with the greatest thing since sliced cheese, but if legally we can't do it, someone's gotta tell us legally we can't do it. Right? So,
Or even advertise, or,
yeah.
We don't ever have it kind of for you to do it, so.
Yes.
or we can't get construction goods at this time. You
Yeah.
heard that?
And wait till next week.
Did you wanna review your?
Yeah, I mean, let's review them, but I would like us to review them with an eye toward, be thinking about what, you know, maybe end of April, maybe that's when we have it, I don't know.
End of April, we're at training. Southern Oregon.
Well, then maybe it's end of May. I will be there all day, I figured I could zoom this, but you don't have to see that.
It's good. These are long.
But, you know, I think if you look at our goals, A, they're not bad goals. B, for example, number 5 really is almost done. It just was never codified and put into a final report back to us because of what happened with our curveball.
So there is a 600-page EOP right now, I don't know whether it's current.
So it should be current as of last, I want to say June or July. Because we still had meetings, we were having monthly meetings. And going through and refining things and making them more Toledo specific. Because what we started with after the Otis fire was To say generalities would be an understatement. There wasn't a lot of Toledo specific information within that emergency plan. You know, let's see. The enhance and sustain in number one, for parks, how we were accomplishing that part of it, and because I think Justin got it, but said it kind of got lost in this last 6 months, was the grant from DLCD for a parks master plan. Because as you were talking earlier about having the kids involved, we had kids waiting to help us with it, up the high school.
I thought you said that grant came through this last meeting.
See, that's my point. Last meeting, you said that, or
Or when we talked to him,
$25,000.
Yeah.
Let me circle back, because we had a $25,000 in the budget, that Jake was asking about, I didn't know what I don't recall.
that would be for the parks master plan.
bring the kids back.
Yeah, because then the kids want to come back and help us with it. One of the things I've been doing in school is I go up and between the junior high government classes and the high school government classes, talk about local government and how you can be involved, how you can volunteer, and how we can always use your help. And I had a bunch of them do these little projects, and one of them was to what they wanted to do and see in our parks.
And they ran around to the sewers and interviewed.
And when I said, hey, we're like a grant for next year, would you be willing to come and work with us on fulfilling that grant? And they are, I get asked every time I walk in the building, at least one of those kids. We're gonna get going on that, so.
Their best lesson in government.
They're invested in their parks now, and it wasn't a whole bunch of things that they wanted fancy, they wanted like better lighting or better slides or new swings or.
Can we get rid of the metal slide?
Yeah, that's not what you would think a normal child would be asking for when you say, tell us what you want at these parks.
Yeah.
It was.
They took it seriously, and I want to continue that. Keep them going in.
And they interviewed other kids.
Yeah.
Kind of frozen.
Are we okay?
Yeah, I'm just frozen. I was gonna write down the negative number myself, it's 45K.
I'm hiding behind him. Sometimes.
So the encourage economic goal 6. Part of that was to be accomplished by the URA. Okay. And that's another thing that's gotten lost. We haven't had a URA meeting now in 3 months, and we need to have one.
Yeah, because don't we have those forgivable loans?
Well, we need to know where we're at on those.
That's
right. We need to report back from those businesses that we have given those loans to. And we need to figure out what is our, what are the immediate goals in that area for the next year. So the businesses know what's available, whatever we can do.
Do we have goal setting for URHs?
Yes, but it's a lot of that is really constrained by law, so there's a set of parameters for the. But that one we don't really have to do until June probably. But, we need to be thinking about these, and one of the things that, as David pointed out, that I love, Jackie remembers me saying this when I first got back as mayor, we need a 5-year plan, 3-year plan, and a 1-year plan. We gotta have, yes, we wanna get to this point, but we gotta have something that we can keep accomplishing. Instead of kicking the can down the road, which is what 5-year plans inevitably became. So now I'll kick it back to you, David.
5 years, is last year, first year, maybe 5-year plan should be a much year, 5-year plan should be every year, it's when you're adding on, when you're taking off. So you're bound that year, where did you, where we hit it on the check?
He was on 6.
Oh, I was on 6.
Okay.
That's for the URA. But, that's more of the URAs, bailiwick. However, I think for us as the council, it's working with our planning commission to come up with, for lack of a better word, policies and codes that encourage it.
Yes.
I mean, that's why I was really happy that we got brought into that meeting on their residential commercial overlay. Because I think that'll help, how do I say this? I think it will help both the residential and the commercial people there. Because the people that are residential there could not get loans before to have a residential there. And the commercial people are like, I don't want to take a house. Well, now if you can do both there without any issues, both sides should be happy. I hope.
I know, I just didn't mean to get well.
Yeah, right, Tim.
So my takeaway from this is that you want us to come back in sometime in towards the end of May in a work session.
Yeah.
And really do some focus goal setting.
And really drill down. I mean, because I don't want to take away, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, please. Okay, go ahead.
Nice.
I think staff has enough to do right now, when we look back at the audit financials budget, getting the fire department back up on its feet, police department made whole, water tank bond, getting the Alala system done for public works, you know, all of that, at least for the next month and a half, I think is going to consume every bit of our staff's time. And being able to look ahead is probably not in their, is not in their hierarchy of needs, we'll put it that way. And so if we come back in 6 weeks' time, say end of May, and sit down with them, maybe they'll have room to breathe. And I mean, maybe we push it to June, I don't know, but you understand what I'm getting at, right? Let's get through this stuff before we decide to take the entire staff and us and try to look 5 years down the road.
But I would put a bug in their ear to know that we are gonna have this.
Well, that's
kind of.
that's what he's got to do, right?
The other thing that sort of ties in with that, the other thing sort of ties in with that is, I don't know how much you would rather kind of loose and engaged.
It would be good, but that's pushing it out probably until August, and you don't know how
So
to
maybe the process starts before then and wraps up.
Okay, yeah, that would work.
Because I'm viewing the recruiting of positions in the same way, so for instance. You know, your legal services, paying legal, but your services, you know, everything for me is temporary at this point in time. You know, I'm gonna be, you know, we have temporary financials, we're gonna bring in, somebody to start working with HR functions to go there. That, I mentioned, I forgot to mention that, right, this is one more thing to do this.
Yeah.
And, you know, I can't do that much in this year, I'm in a position that doesn't need work, it exists, it just needs to happen. So that has to be built, there's always pieces of the pie to get their foundation to be built, are just that foundation, but really a piece of vertical, and that's gonna cause, once that done, you grow with the next, with your new hire. So maybe we're trying to set the stage for that hire for you. That makes sense?
Yeah.
I took that, yeah.
Well, the one thing I mentioned, David, you notice you keep saying foundation, well, because I looked at this. At this juncture, our foundation, while not completely in shambles, is crumbling. And we need to get the foundation back solid so that we can move and grow and go upwards. You know, and build that framework so that the city can continue to move forward. Yes, Brad.
My suggestion is that one goal right now. And then discuss others afterwards, and that goal should be to fix us. Fill the positions and become a team again. That should be our goal right now. But everything else, if we are a team and if we're not working together and we aren't supporting each other, it's shit gonna happen. To put it bluntly. We gotta do it together. And we need to have the people to do. So that was my first suggestion for a goal, was to fix the staffing and the morale and the HR and just get the team back. Yeah. Cause without them, anything else we put on the list is useless.
We had a conversation at one point in time about having a like employee appreciation kind of a thing.
Mhm.
And, you know, I was just wondering if we might even, you know, have it like a banquet where, you know, challenge coins are awarded for the person in the department that really excels at what they're doing. It really, I think it,
So you're thinking of, so we do that, we had one last
Yeah.
August. I don't know.
We have to.
It was out on Thousand
But
Line
like,
and,
yeah, this last summer, it was up at the old Grange Hall, up on Thousand Line. But I think you're moving in the right direction, because what it has been is literally just a get together. Maybe we need to move more toward, like you're saying, awards or, you know, things like that. And that's something that we as a council need to work with Lisa to have happen. Okay, because I am not how do I say this? I'm not about to try and get us to do it, because I've tried that before. And while I love cooking, and I know Frank loves cooking, I ended up, the last 2 times I did one of these, I did all the cooking for approximately 120 people.
oh yeah,
And
that
I
was
about
at
died.
It was at.
Yeah, years ago, okay, and things work better when, how shall I say this? Someone on staff, Lisa, tells people what they need to do and when they need to do it.
Many hands make light work.
That's the other good part. Just giving you my personal perspective.
And actually, I would like to offer a gentle redirection if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
which is. It goes through your city manager,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
no.
goes to Lisa. or-
I get it, no, I get it. The previous city managers all said that she can handle it. Which is, and now you know why I keep telling David, we gotta take stuff off her plate, because that's how it's worked for the last 3 or 4 years. And so that's why Lisa's plate is about this big around.
Oh, no, it's about that big round.
The plate keeps getting wider. I didn't say it was getting any shorter. But thank you. Well, I do too, but I can't say that.
Well, I mean, it would definitely help with the challenge of separation from staff and council.
Mhm.
That's my thought.
you're gonna have better productivity on employees, feel appreciated.
Mhm.
Always have.
Can I interject something?
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
No, on that issue of teamwork, I think probably a good time for me, it's probably a good time for the city to heal. And I think, I don't want to do an executive session, but I appreciate the ask.
And it's settled.
Unfortunately.
Do our, wow.
Okay, so is there anything else? Oh, Lisa.
And forgive me, because I'm not running this through David really quick, but, if the council is considering awards, I think they need to do an assessment of how employees like awards, because personally, I don't like public
We know you
affirmation.
won't like any public yeah.
But also too, I mean, with different kind of personalities, as I'm learning over the years now, it's, some people get anxious with public, public recognition and stuff, and also too, I don't know, we want staff to also follow the team mentality. I think maybe if the city manager is okay with it, I've seen, I can't remember which city it is, but they meet on a like a quarterly basis with all employees. And everybody does reports and internally, you know, whether it's on a Friday, 1 hour of the quarter or something, and they talk about highlights in the department at all levels, and so everybody gets to, but I don't know if that's something that David
Yeah,
wants to.
I don't care how it works, okay, I care more of that. Than I care how that nuts and bolts works out. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, but I also know that they've got to find a way to understand how much we appreciate them. Because as David said, and you have said also, how anxious they are when they're in front of the council. And we can say how great they are there, but if they're already anxious about stuff, it's not getting done, okay? So how do we, as a council, as part of this team, recognize them for their good service? Does that make sense? So how do we do that?
Why don't we spend a little one-on-one?
Yep, no, that's fine, I'm just bringing it back, because I think, Lisa, you have a good point, because I know you hate it immensely. See, she's grinning, she knows I'm right. Yes, Jack?
The only problem I have with giving awards for achievement or excellent behavior is that it's not equal. Because one department's star could be outshone by somebody else's third. And when that person gets their picture on the wall as then this whole department who said, well, this person's
You
way
could've
better
read my
than that person. Oh yeah, they finally took the employee of the quarter picture down because so many people complained that there were so many other people that should have had that
Yeah.
position. And it just turned into a high school cat fight. And it just is not always that good, but if you slip them a 20-point card and say, hey, good job. It goes much farther.
All right, anything else that we want to discuss today? The goals. Well, let's start with the goals and then anything else after that, anything else with the goals? Okay, anything else for the agenda? Yes, ma'am.
I am wondering, when I am on Facebook, I always see a post about the Thursday market. And I also see a post about the auto show. I would like to, I don't know who does it, but I'd like to be able to see about the pet parade.
So those are,
Annual pet parade, I don't know who does that.
so that's, yeah, so that's Kathy Crane for the Chamber of Commerce, those are,
It's not put on by the chamber though, is it?
those.
It's
The pet parade is done by the city, right?
It's,
Yeah.
But they advertise.
Okay, so,
But they advertise it.
well, yeah, the car show and the waterfront market are
That's
both
not
Chamber of Commerce
Okay.
events, and those are actually paid sponsored ads, which is why you're seeing.
But if you put the pet parade on their calendar, then put it on their calendar too. All you gotta do is contact them and they'll put whatever event on their calendar. And their calendars get a lot more attention than our
But I want
calendars.
to just bring that up at council to see if we can't get some money to have it paid. So
We have a promotional budget, we could do it
we,
ourselves.
I know, so I'll do it then.
Okay. Lisa,
So when I create the flyers for the pet parade, I'll end up putting an event on Facebook, on our city's Facebook page. And I send out the promotional items to the chamber for them to help promote it.
Okay.
So once the council considers whatever date the pet parade is going to be held, then I'll prepare them.
It's just I think those other ones, see, it's all year
We
long.
already have the date, right, because we,
It's like the second Saturday.
Second
after.
Saturday? Okay, then I will make sure we get that information up there.
so. Okay, anything?
Nothing, I had mine.
Okay. David, anything?
I think we will, I haven't talked to Amber about this, but I think we will get you, all the notes that you see here, we'll get you right back something that in caption that we need to pick up today.
Amber, do you have anything for us?
keep doing the good work that you're doing to figure out how to work together.
We're not hopeless, huh?
No, you're absolutely not. The fact that you even held this workshop today to go over these things is a huge first step. You have talked about what's challenging you, where you wanna go, you've talked about the things that have made you uncomfortable and have come to at least a temporary, solution for that for the moment. I won't say that's permanent, but, because more issues will come. Other opportunities to have debates, agreements, disagreements, they're going to come, but the important thing really is figuring out how do you get back to business and how are you gonna go forward from those disagreements. Disagreements actually are not a bad thing. It's actually a representation of your community, which is what you are elected to do, which is represent the diverse mindsets, viewpoints, ages, priorities, all of those things. And so disagreement is not necessarily a bad thing as long as you deal with it.
I will bring up the fact that I want to recognize that Andrew came out after this last break and apologize to Jack, those two worked it out, and personally, that's how it should be done. Yeah, you guys can have a disagreement, but afterwards, let's talk about it and get people so we can keep going, so.
I just have the conversation about where we were each coming from.
Right.
And I think what I'll say is, for disagreements, at least I've had with folks over the course of the few months that I've been adjusting to being council here. Being able to have those secondary conversations where we sit down and say, where is this coming from? And that's one of the things that I really like, but I do think that at the heart of it, we all really value what David keeps pointing at.
Yes.
And we all really want that, and I think we all respect each other in that way. And we probably are a lot closer to that than we sometimes hear.
Yes.
Jack, you have something?
Extension of that comment, I just want to offer too. It's also important, I think it's frustrating to vent it off early.
Yeah.
So you take care of it before it becomes a kerfuffle.
Yeah.
Because really, I heard frustration, I've heard this for a long time, it's been building, it's aggravating me, right? And it hadn't been vented early, so then it blows up late. It's easier to deal with when everybody's still kind of just annoyed rather than pissed off.
So it doesn't know that I used the last example rather than the previous 3 or 4. But it's been an ongoing thing, so I apologize for now.
You have something?
But I want to discuss, I really think it's important that we go back to the informal work sessions.
I think he's heard that.
One
that was the last meeting of the month,
One meeting of the month, it used to be the 3rd,
Right,
Like-
our last meeting.
in the middle.
And we do have it on the tools, your agendas, your staff reports, implementing work sessions and having an issues tracker.
But it was an informal work session. We met at the tables, not at the
Not
dais.
the dais, but the
It
table.
wasn't pledge of allegiance, it wasn't, just like if the public attended, they attended. We could have discussions with them if we wanted to, other times we didn't.
only if they bring these.
It's
Seriously.
information gathering and sharing, and hey, I have a concern about this, what do you guys think?
Typically, what I've seen is work sessions when I put like that, because they're set for public design. The opportunity for public to speak is typically reserved as the right.
It is,
But work sessions usually are just, they sit at the table, you're having your conversation. And not normal to see the public brought in.
The public are in, but
They can listen.
they can listen, and if they wanna talk to us when we're all done, as in
Yeah.
meetings adjourned,
Yeah.
if they wanna talk to us, they can talk to us.
but there have been times that like.
Well, that was
somebody
because it
in the
directly
audience is
affected-
sitting there,
But it directly affected them, as in their
Right.
street or.
And they have past history,
Yeah.
experience, and, we can.
What I'm trying to really encourage the notion is that you are in fact the corporate board.
Right,
Your own business will continue to deal with, and your business as a whole is just.
no, we use them as resources, they weren't part of the meeting.
Yeah.
It was just like, oh, Jim's out there, and Jim was here when, in
There's an inclination that once the public starts engaging, everybody will know that that's their opportunity, come on in.
Get their 2 cents worth in, and there goes your focused conversation about whatever it is. that you guys are-
We've had them without the budget too.
Yeah, and
Most of them were without the budget.
and that's where, like, for the work sessions, that's where we have on the back of that agenda, this is the timeline, or these are the rules of the work session. In the work session is a work session for the council over whatever topic it is, and say it's for the public safety bill, okay? So we're gonna have that work session with the architect. If we have the money, this is what we want to see in it. You know, how does this stuff work with you? Can you tell us what we're looking at, you know? Backtrack. Not a public addressing.
Again, what I'm trying to propose to you, the budget resource we made, is making professional. And that's not just about posting.
Exactly.
How do you survey the community, how
Yep.
do you engage the community, how do you draw in the means of
Community success.
everybody,
Well,
not just people who attend meetings.
Maybe
If
not
you're
that, but
video
yeah,
to meetings, that's a skewed conversation.
fortunately, we do all of it, yes. So, and that's what Katie did, who was our,
She was
Rare.
our-
a rare student. She did, her halftime was Art Toledo, and the other half was communications. And that's what she did for us.
She was our Celeste.
Yes, she was our Celeste for this era. So, hearing
And I just want to agree with Andrew, you guys did a great job. This was a long time sitting around together. You know, yeah, there were some disagreements and some of it. But at the end of the day, you did a great job. I have worked with many councils over the years. You all were far better behaved. You're not like my kids, but you have a lot of respect for each other by and large.
Yes.
And great job, great work.
thank you. Yes, Jackie.
All right, so is it possible to implement an internship for students to help with you and in the city hall, or is that possible?
Oh, yeah, I don't have any interns.
And the city and the school district, Toledo High School especially, would love to be able to have kids down here on a job shadow, internship type thing, because I'll be honest, CTE, or as we called it back in the day, the trades, which is anything now, is finally back on the radar.
So how do you go, anybody know how that?
It's communication with me,
Yep.
or maybe department heads, with somebody in the school district, or with whoever.
I can hook them up.
Yeah, I just think it would be good, because also, I mean, it's a great education for the intern.
It's a great education. for me.
And
Is it
they can
affordable?
do an awful lot,
So
so.
library did that, was it last summer or the summer before?
They last 2 summers,
Okay.
and they're hopefully
Yeah,
going
it's
to
been
continue
really
with this
good.
summer.
It's not internships, it's not quite a, because my experience in internships isn't quite as, it's more of a put in work than energy. Whereas it's great for the student, for the intern.
Okay,
It's good for the person who's leading the internship in terms of being able to inspire people. Do you get more product out of that? Yeah, it's kind of.
It depends.
yeah, but
Some.
okay,
Sometimes, yeah, I'll echo what David is saying, which is in internships, the kids learn something, the staff learns something. If you get a work product, that's a bonus, not something to be counted on.
It's more than one.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I've seen, okay, and it's both of what you just said. But here's the difference that I've seen. When I've seen a manager who understands what that intern's, for lack of a better word, forte is, the odds of you getting that quote product at the end goes way up. Okay, so yes, well, during the course of their learning, but let's say that what they're taught on is park design. Okay, well, David puts him in there working on park design, and so during the course of the Parks Master Plan, the intern does most of the work on the quote, big idea, and then we get a product out of it too.
that's okay.
But see, and David, I know could do that. There have been managers that I've seen in all walks of life that couldn't do that. And I'll just leave it at that. And with that, Is everybody okay? Are we adjourned?
Now we are.
Thank you all.
And